it was quite fantastic of them to send that out to everyone. Great. Wait, legendary packs. Yeah, that's for Shadowverse. If you're playing Shadowverse, make sure you log in. They sent everybody 3 free legendary packs to celebrate the launch of their in-client asynchronous tournaments happening this weekend. Which, for my Marvel Snap players that aren't familiar, that would be the equivalent of Marvel Snap, like sending everybody 3 free Series 5 cards. I'm pretty sure the legendary packs are set specific. The regular packs are set specific, so I imagine the legendary ones are too, but I don't know for sure. Oh, don't quote me on that. My assumption would be, but you know what happens when you assume sometimes. This is portrait. Pictures. No, I downloaded all the snap pictures in advance because there's a couple of cards here. We're gonna be ranking a couple of Marvel Snap cards. All right, hold on. I gotta cheat from past Jeff though. What are my tiers usually? Buy these tech cards. Defining and strong. Gamers, you would not believe how many times I've been called a shill and a bootlicker in the last day for people who are upset I'm not more upset about. For people who are upset I'm not more upset about the limited time game mode. Gamers are so angry. Has it been more than just on Twitter? Yeah, I've banned a lot of people in the YouTube comments. They're real bitter. Which honestly, experiencing the comments. So my community is a little bit different than the greater Marvel Snap community because I moderate so much. But I understand better why Regis felt Marvel Snap is dying. I understand why Regis feels Marvel Snap is dying based on how aggressively stupid the comments have been on my video. Like if his comments were even half as obnoxious, and I would bet they were more obnoxious than mine, calling Marvel Snap dying just because his audience is bigger. Like he's got a huge audience. Just gonna throw some of these in here random so I can see what the spacing looks like here. If you read the Discord, it sounds like they're shutting down the game definitively. Yeah, no joke. Like that's the vibe. People need to both touch grass and take a break. 1000%. Oh, you know what I forgot to do in the Shadowverse one? Let me go ahead and do this now. Media source. All right. Make a little more sausage here. Fantro Profit, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Fodder, thank you for the over 2 years. The Shadowverse tier list will be up on YouTube after I'm done being live today, is the plan, because I need to craft a thumbnail for it. pull. I was just sizing the cards, Chip. Oh, you know what? I need to grab the chat from the YouTube. If you've been chatting on the Jeff Oakland YouTube channel, I haven't seen you yet. Apologies. I'm grabbing it now. There's been a few chatters. Don't forget to like the stream on the YouTube side. Appreciate the folks that are here on that bright and early notification. All right. We're a little overdue at Hoaglandia for an updated Series 4-5 tier list. And as you can see here, we have a couple of cards that we need to review here today. We're going to try and keep this to a digestible amount. One thing I'd like to call out before we dive on in here, if you're first time watching a Hoaglandia tier list for Marvel Snap, is that I don't rate cards in Marvel Snap based on pure power level, because the regular live balance that Snap does moves cards up and down a little bit here and there in terms of raw power. So I think I rate them in terms of defining versus replaceable, and then I subgroup based on perceived power, generally speaking, over the course of a few balance passes. And basically what this means is, obviously cards that end up in buy these are ones you should consider picking up very strongly, but in my opinion, past that, any cards in any of these defining categories, even mediocre, are ones that are fine uses of your resources to pick up, because cards in the defining category unlock new decks for you to play. And in my opinion, spending your resources to unlock new decks is one of the best things you can be doing with your resources, because of Marvel Snap's regular live balance. Chasing the dragon of always going after the perceived best card is going to leave you feeling on the outside looking in when the balance pass eventually comes and knocks that top deck down. So if you're investing in cards that you find fun, it's going to be the best for you in the long run. That being said, let's start with a card that I find very fun and I think has been consistently powerful for a little while. Agent Venom, I think, is defining and strong. The Bast Agent Venom deck has been really solid for a long while now, even after they nerfed him to only giving +3, or setting things to 3 power. There's been Esme Kuko variations with Gore and Iron Man that have been good for him. I think he's a stellar pickup. Let's just go alphabetically here, huh? The Alioth is definitely a tech card. It's definitely a pretty generically powerful card as well, but there's things like Wong and others that just blows away, and you're happy to have that. Anti-Venom, another really solid card. This is a pretty key combo enabler that also has good cube equity. It has deck building synergy with Luke Cage, which is a good tech card in general. I think it's consistently very strong in Snap. Beta Ray Bill. I love Bojack Norseman, but he is certainly mediocre even if he defines the decks that he's played in. Batroc. This is honestly one of my favorite cards to have released in the last couple of months. He is super fun to bounce around the board with things like Silk and Sam Wilson. I think his power level is very reasonable inside of the I'm going to move my own cards deck. Black Swan. Black Swan... Honestly, I think I'm going to put her in replaceable and fine. I think with the addition of Surge to the game, she's no longer a must-have card, even in decks like Bounce. So I think while she can be fine to play, she's not a must-have. Black Knight. Need Black Knight to play Black Knight decks. Black Knight decks, not very powerful. Blink. Blink's periodically done very broken things, and she pops up inside of Hela decks and random Galactus decks. And I think the Hela Blink deck is fine, and Blink is pretty important inside of there. Blob is a textbook example of a card that is pretty strong in the decks that want him, but also very replaceable. So Blob's just a big dumb number, and if you sub Blob out for a different big dumb number like Magneto or Red Hulk, very reasonable. Bullseye. Bullseye discard with Dakin is been consistently a super strong deck, and you can't play it without him. Bruce Banner in the King tier. Cassandra Nova. I think I'd put Cassandra Nova in the tech cards. I think it's very similar to Eliath that is kind of generically powerful because you're fine playing it on 3 in a lot of spots, but it's also an anti-big deck card. Cannonball. I think Cannonball is just fine. He's periodically popped up in decks that are strong, but he's largely a build-around card. You build around him with Mercury or you build around him with Clog, and I don't think either of those decks are breaking any records. Kyera. Kyera is a tech card. I don't think she's nearly as in high demand as the other two we've put up here so far, but she's a card that helps you not die to Killmonger, so that's nice. Captain Carter. I think Carter has actually supplanted Sebastian Shaw as the best big number payoff inside of Surfer decks. I think Surfer is consistently quite good, so I'm going to put her in Defining and Strong. I think Baron Zemo kind of sucks. I think the mill deck's never been good because of the cards that take cards out of your opponent's deck. I think taking up 2 slots on your board is awkward. I think Hood sees a ton more play in a post-Merlin world, and randomly getting Hood clogs the lane and causes you to lose it frequently. I think it's just not a very good card. Arisham's consistently very good, much to my dismay, and you can't play his deck without him. Anya. Anya is Defining and fine. She's one of the better enablers for the movement deck. Movement deck's only okay. Ares. Ares is a big dumb 4, and there's a lot of big dumb 4s, so he's fine in his slot, but also pretty replaceable. Ajax. I think the Ajax decks consistently have good stats, and you can't play them without him. Agamotto. You know, I think last week I might have put Agamotto in mediocre, but I've actually really liked the Agamotto Infinity Ultron Sarah deck, so I'm going to squeak him into fine because he also sees play inside of the Arishim deck as well, so I think in terms of power level, he straddles the center here. Cobra. Cobra's definitely a tech card, but I also think he's not likely to be a particularly powerful card, so I'm going to put him towards the end of this group here. Corvus. Corvus is such a weird card. He plays in the Hela deck, so I think he belongs here next to Blink, but he usually doesn't see play in Bullseye and other discard decks, so I think largely a Hela enabler. Cull. He's with Ares, big dumb 4. Copycat. Copycat's kind of another textbook replaceable and strong card. Good in certain metagames, but also it's hard for her to be too terrible. Like, the only time in memory Copycat's ever been a bad card is when Nightmare had its release week, because obviously Nightmare decks have a ton of bad hits from her, but outside of a really polarized meta like that, I think Copycat tends to be a generically good 3. Darkhawk. I don't think there has ever been a point in Marvel Snap's history where Darkhawk has been bad, but I think in his current iteration, he's just fine. Diamondback. Diamondback is a very solid Ajax card, but I also don't think you have to have her. Maybe that puts her in replaceable and fine. I think the Ajax has hit kind of a critical mass of enablers at this point, where most of them are replaceable and interchangeable with other options. Dakin goes up here next to Bullseye. That deck's great. Elixir. Kid Omega is here, and his stats aren't bad, and I think he often wants Elixir. This is one that I'm going to put an asterisk next to because we have Dormammu coming out after I'm recording this video, so maybe Dormammu moves this one around, but I think Kid Omega and Elixir, based on the numbers and my experience playing against them, are only fine at the moment. Doom 99. He's a card you build your deck around, and he's not particularly powerful, so mediocre for him. Esme. I think I'm going to put Esme in strong but replaceable. She has a little bit of a deck building requirement, but you're very rarely warping your deck around here. You're just like looking at your deck and going, oh, I built this deck and Esme is fine in it, so Esme is good in it, so let's play Esme something like Mr. Negative. But she's also, yeah, I think she's best in slot for negative, but I also don't think you can't play negative without her, so I wouldn't call her a defining card. Elsa, my beloved. I think the Kitty Hope Elsa package is currently rated fine. So I'm gonna put Elsa, and I'm gonna jump down here and grab Hope, and I'm gonna put her up here with that one. Similarly, I pulled Batroc out early. I'm gonna put Hydra Stomper up here with Batroc in fine because they go in the same deck together. Isan. I think Isan is a stinky deuce shit. He is like maybe fine inside of Irishim, but like he commits a ton of power to one spot and then a bunch of that power gets Shang-Chi'd. I'm not an Isan fan. He's good at high voltage overdrive. I'll give you that asterisk. Hopefully high voltage overdrive never returns and it doesn't matter. Oops, did I say that out loud? So one thing that I felt post Merlin is that Annie's kind of the worst he's ever been. And in a lot of the decks that previously had been playing Annihilus, I've been favoring Cersei. So I think I'm inclined to leave him into fighting still. But he's definitely the weaker of the options. Agony. Agony's replaceable and fine. She's reasonable in the decks that want to play her, but if you sub Forge or Hulkbuster in those decks, they're still playable. Fanfei. I think Fanfei is one of the weaker move enablers we've had. Are there so many move enablers at this point, and Fanfei is so far down the list, she's just king tier? I think I've sold myself on that. I think there are so many move enablers that I could just never envision a world where Fanfei is a card I'm interested in playing. I really like Fenris Wolf. Fenris Wolf is a card that kind of straddles both of these for me. It is a tech card against Hela, but more frequently, it's a card that you build your deck to enable with things like Gladiator and Moon Knight and others. And I think a lot of the Fenris Wolf decks are quite strong. I think most Fenris Wolf decks are much worse without it. You're building around it. Frigga. Frigga is a really good card. Not only does she go in my pet deck, which plays Victoria hand, but she goes in the Bullseye Dakin deck, which gets her into defining and strong. Firehair. I think Firehair Misery decks are better than their play rate would imply, and I'm going to put them in fine together. Where's my copy of Misery? There she is. There she is. I think Firehair Misery belongs in defining and fine. Galacta. She's very, very good shit. You should buy Galacta for Galacta decks. Galactus, not particularly good, and we thank Glenn every day for that fact. Gladiator. Gladiator is a kind of textbook, replaceable but strong card. There's lots of threes. Lots of threes. The first Ghost Rider. The first Ghost Rider with Khonshu is a build-around package that is only mediocre at best. I think if you want to be a Khonshu enjoyer, Where's our boy? I think you want the first Ghost Rider for Kachu. I think it's true and accurate, but they're also not stellar. So I'm gonna put those together in mediocre. Gorgon's a tech card. Grandmaster. I think with Prodigy and soon to have the skill that's coming in Sanctum Showdown here, we're hitting a critical mass of ways to duplicate on reveal effects, which makes Grandmaster replaceable. I think between Absorbing Man and other various options, while there's some decks that I would be like, yeah, this deck probably wants Grandmaster, I think you could also play other things instead of him and generate similar impacts. Gilga is not much of a chat anymore. I think he's down here in the mediocre slot with Zoo. Hellion. Has anybody played a lot of Hellion? Has anybody played a lot of Hellion inside of these boom decks? My gut says Hellion is down here with Fanfare. Are there any move enjoyers that can make a compelling argument for Hellion being higher than that? Maybe he goes here. I'm gonna say this is a contentious king tier. Hulkling. I know everyone lost their ever-loving mind because one player who was significantly better than everybody else did well in a tournament with Hulkling. Congrats to that player for carrying a card that still goes in the king tier. You're not convincing me otherwise. Goliath. I think Goliath is defining and strong. I think the Spectrum deck is a somewhat dry deck to play, so it's not terribly popular and it's consistently good, and Goliath is best in slot in that deck. I like Goliath a lot. Gore. Mr. Negative has been crushing people consistently for a while, and Gore sees play in that as well as Pixie decks. I'm going to put Gore in defining and strong. High Evolutionary. Hopefully he's getting OTA'd this week, he said, for the third month in a row. As of right now, pretty mediocre. Hit Monkey. Bounce is perhaps better than it has been in a while, but still not very good. Gwenpool. Gwenpool and Galacta are kind of glued at the hip. If you want one, you probably want the other. This is a new one, but would anybody fight me on this? Is there anybody that's like, no, Jeff, he hasn't fallen that bad? Where he's literally king. That's true. That's true. He's literally king. I don't know. I think I can't remember the last time I looked at Ironland the deck and I was like, yeah, this is great. I would maybe give you. I'm gonna be honest, Chad. I just want to tell you cards are bad. I think Ironland is bad. Hydra Bob is replaceable and fine. He's good. He's good for getting priority early, but some other cards help with that. Kahori! I love Kahori, chat. She's such a sweet card. She goes in Moon Girl decks that I love. Those Moon Girl decks are just not amazing. She's gonna go into fighting and mediocre. Iron Patriot. I think Iron Patriot is a card that's probably a bit better than his play rate implies, but there's also just such a density of 2 energy cards that make more cards. He's only fine. Jeff the Baby Land Shark. Man, he's so lucky I don't keg him. I think the Kitty Elsa deck has been... It's actually... Does he deserve to be kanged after they added Mercury to the game? Can anybody sell me on what I'm playing Jeff instead of Mercury? I don't think I'm ever playing both and I think I'm playing Mercury every time. Cerebro 3. Yes, that's the one. Cerebro 3. I'm gonna do this in the hope that Second Dinner might finally downgrade him to Series 4. Because I think this is where he belongs. Don't tell Haley, chat. She'll be very disappointed in me. Jennifer Kale. I think Jen's pretty solid, but I also think there's a few different ways to accelerate energy, so I'm gonna put her in strong but replaceable. We've got a lot of variety for that type of slot. Joaquin Torres. I don't have a lot to say about Joaquin. Infinity Ultron. I think the Stone's going to 2 made Infinity Ultron pretty fine. I think you build your deck around him. I think he was sweet with the Agamotto deck. I'm gonna put him here with Agamotto. Kate Bishop, chat. She's the first in the buy these category. She has strong synergies with things like Victoria Hand and Collector, and then she's also a generically very good card. You should absolutely pick up Kate if you don't have her yet. Kang, we know where you belong. Loki, you belong with Kang. You deserve each other. King Atiri. I think the king belongs with Agamotto. These two are glued at the hip, so wherever Agamotto goes, the king follows. Living Tribunal has not been a popular playable deck in a while, and that's part of why Iron Lad is so dookie. I don't think I'd put Living Tribunal as low as Iron Lad, but he's definitely ain't quite what he used to be. Legion. Strong, but definitely replaceable. Location, variance, mitigation, and card that gets you, but you can play most decks without him. Laufey. I think Laufey goes with Diamondback, and Man Thing goes with Diamondback. These are good Ajax-enabling cards, but they're all very interchangeable. Madam Web. Where did what's her name end up at? Anya? Madam Web goes with Anya. Lasher. Lasher is going to make the fine category. It is a defining card for Cerebro 2. You definitely want Lasher. Makari. I think she goes in strong but replaceable. I think they nerfed her down to 3 points for a reason, and she's still quite good. You can replace her with a different 3 in Surfer, and you can replace her with Wasp and decks that need to manage their hand size, but Makari tends to be pretty ideal there. Malekith. Malekith's a card that adds consistency to decks and helps you fish things out that you really want to find. It often sees play in Ajax deck, but I also don't think it's a make or break card. Merlin. It's our first time reading this guy in one of these roundups. I'm not going to ask people to convince me otherwise. I think Merlin is a buy this card. I think he's one of the most interesting designs to release in Marvel Snap in a long time. I think he's an appropriate power level. I think he has strong synergies that other cards can't replace. You should absolutely spend resources on Merlin. Marvel Boy. You go with Gilgamesh. Mercury. Thanos and Erishim are both still pretty reasonable, strong things. She goes with those. Mercury. Mercury is a tech card that's also very good in Cerebro 2 and a few other things. I think she's a solid pickup up here. Luna Snow. So I mentioned earlier that I was putting Jennifer down here because there were so many options for ramping. And I think you could put Luna Snow here for a similar reason. However, I think Luna Snow is one of the most important 3s to have if you want to play a Silver Surfer deck. So I'm going to put her up here with Captain Carter. So outside of Surfer, I think Luna Snow tends to be relatively interchangeable. But inside of Surfer specifically, I think Luna is a big power level upgrade. Miss Marvel. She's kind of a generically all right for. She has some ongoing synergies, but definitely pretty replaceable. Nicholas Scratch. I think he's replaceable and fine. I think this is a card that stands to get better as more skills are added to the game, and it scales okay in like Agamotto plus Merlin decks, but definitely not a must-have. Meek. Meek is a card that regularly sees play in the Bullseye deck, but I also think he's less important in that deck than most others, so I'm going to put him in the only fine category. I think if you're missing him, it's not the end of the world. There were some sweaty gamers playing with Nomura recently, so it had a little bit of a flash in the pan and did some all right numbers on Untapped. But I think that was a fluke more than anything. And I think in a post-Merlin world where like Clog stuff has gotten a little bit more popular too, I think she's kind of bad, gamers. I think she's kind of bad. Oh my god, the tier list is getting so tiny. Prodigy. Prodigy is a card that the more I have played with it, the higher my opinion has increased on it. However, I don't think he's a make or break card inside of any of the decks that want him. So I think I'm gonna put him in strong but replaceable. I think this card's actually pretty solid, and it's solid in a handful of things, but you also don't need to have it to play those things. Proxima Midnight. I think Proxima Midnight's like a meek tier discard card. She doesn't go in the Dakin deck. She goes in like the Dracula Apocalypse build. The Dracula Apocalypse build is only okay. Nightmare is a new addition. I think Nightmare is definitely defining. You build your deck around him, and I think his power level is pretty fine. The big thing that holds back Nightmare is he's difficult to play tech cards with because he shuffles the text off your tech cards. Moonstone. I think Moonstone makes it into defining and strong, not because of the Victoria hand deck that I love, but because she's a good card inside of the Spectrum deck. So if Goliath is here for Spectrum, Moonstone is here for Spectrum. Red Hulk. Red Hulk belongs with Blob. Just good, big, dumb 6-drop, easily replaceable. Nico Banaru, chat. You should buy Nico Banaru. Unless you just started playing Marvel Snap, Nico Banaru should be in your collection. Pick her up. Morgan Le Fay. I think Morgan is a card that's better than her play rate and stats imply. I'm gonna put her in mediocre rather than king tier. Nocturne. I think Nocturne is a card that more people should be playing more of, and I'm gonna tell you she's strong, and you should load her up and win more games with her. Ravona Renslayer. She's up here with Mr. Negative. Gore is here because of Mr. Negative. She's very good. Red Guardian. Red Guardian's definitely a tech card. However, he's kind of like the tech card. I think there could be a compelling argument for Red Guardian to go here. I'm gonna leave him at the front of the tech cards, but there's an asterisk there that I think he's a very he breaks a lot of stuff. Penny Parker. In a previous life, I would have been inclined to put Penny Parker in replaceable and fine. She's a ramp card. However, in a post-Jennifer Kale world, I think the biggest thing Penny had going for her, she no longer really accomplishes. I'm gonna king tier her. Fastos. He still sucks. He still sucks. Pixie. I think Pixie's super fun. I don't know that her decks are at the top of anything, but you definitely build around her. She's defining and mediocre. Red Wing to the king tier. Rocket and Groot. I think Rocket and Groot's a pretty generically good 3. I like him a lot. Sage. Sage is a very good card, and you can build around her. However, I don't think she's the make or break in any of the decks that are playing her, so I think I'm going to put her in replaceable but strong. Sam Wilson. This is the biggest the buy this category has ever been, but I think all 4 of these cards belong there. I think these 2 energy cards that are generically solid, that also have strong synergies in deck building, are some of the absolute best cards you can invest your resources in. I think Sam is still by this. I think he has plenty of synergies. Very, very, very good. Sasquatch. Sasquatch. Some of the Hope Summers Kitty Pride decks play Sasquatch, but I also think she's pretty replaceable in those decks. I'm gonna put her down here. Scarlet Spider. I'm gonna tell you Scarlet Spider is fine, but I'm also gonna tell you I've yet to find a Scarlet Spider deck that I really want to play him in. I have to zoom out again. Oh no. Oh no. All right, the bottom of the keg tier is cut off. There's too many cards. I can't do anything about it. Scored goes in with Bullseye deck and discard. Scream. Scream's been only okay lately. You definitely build your deck around her, but I think I'm inclined to slide her into mediocre. Could maybe make it into fine. Sebastian Shaw. I think Shaw has hit a point where he's solidly replaceable. And honestly, I think, look, I've played so many Surfer decks that don't play Shaw lately that I think he's actually only replaceable. Circe, my beloved. Can I cope Circe into the strong category? I think I'm gonna cope Circe into the strong category. I've really liked her in a lot of decks she's been played in lately. I'm gonna cope her into the strong category. Circe is too much RNG to be strong. Spoken like someone who's unlucky. Be luckier, gamer. Sable's replaceable and fine. Bounce decks and Bass decks are happy to have her, but she also can be swapped out there easily. Scar. Scar's Sauron has consistently been in my best decks roundups, and that deck needs this card. I'm gonna leave it strong. Speed. Generically good 3. Starbrand. I think Starbrand goes up here with Scar. It's a good enabler. It's also good with Nightmare. It's good with Sauron. It's good all around. Strange Supreme has his handful of decks where he's good like Thanos. But I also don't think you need him to play those decks. I'm going to call him replaceable. Supergiant. Supergiant's a tech card. She's also a card that you can build your deck around a little bit as well, but she's very disruptive to decks that want to do specific things on turn 5. And she's tech. Surge is an interesting one. I would bet chat wants me to do this. I think there's a lot of people in chat that would put Surge here. However, she doesn't really, what's the way to put it? She doesn't have strong deck building requirements as much as I expected. And I think you could play most decks that have Surge without Surge. They're going to be weaker. She's a strong card, but I don't think not having Surge locks you out of the ability to play functional decks. I think she's replaceable and strong. Surtur. Pretty good in the Scar deck. I think the Scar deck is still pretty good. Symbiote Spider-Man. Added to the keg tier down here. Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. I like Thaddeus in a few Infinite and She-Hulk decks for consistency, but they're definitely not very powerful. Thanos goes up here with Airship and Mockingbird. Is the keg tier fully off the screen? The keg tier is fully off the screen. All right, we've hit the final 2 rows, chat. Ancient One into the keg tier. Theta. Theta goes in the Agent Venom deck. She's very, very solid. Phoenix Force. Definitely a defining card, definitely not a super powerful card. Topaz. I think Topaz is in the Hellion Fanfei family. These are move enablers that just aren't very strong. Toxidoxy. Please make Toxidoxy give +3. Toxin. Toxin lives with Hitmonkey. Defining but mediocre. Uncle Ben. I feel like Uncle Ben could be living the middle class dream, chat. I think he's got some potential for upward mobility. I think Ben tends to punch up, and I think without Dormammu, he's somewhere between these two. But there's a chance he's a really good enabler in Dormammu. I'm gonna put him in fine. There's a chance Dormammu ends up pushing him even higher, I think, but for now I'm gonna put him in fine. U.S. Agent. U.S. Agent's a generically pretty alright card, but also very replaceable. Replaceable and fine. Valentina. Valentina occupies the exact same space as Iron Patriot. I think she's very playable and reasonable in a few spots, but there's just such a glut of 2 energy cards that generate cards. You could swap her out with most things very cleanly. Victoria Hand is the type of card that lets you know how objective I try to keep my tier list. Because despite her being the headlining, defining feature in basically every deck I enjoy playing in Marvel Snap since I came back, she's defining and fine. I think you can be very happy playing her decks and have a lot of success, but I think classifying it as fine is a reasonable power level. Werewolf by Night. Werewolf by Night experienced some upward mobility post Merlin. I think Merlin gets this out of the doghouse and makes it so we could be defining and fine. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's get the buy these back on here. Wiccan. I think the Wiccan decks are only okay. I think I'm gonna put him in defining and fine. Man, we really released a lot of movement cards that were really medium, huh? I'm gonna put Zord down here with Hellion, Fanfei, and Topaz. I think all of these have weird numbers and stats, none of which are very good. X23. X23 destroys consistently pretty fine. I'm gonna put that in there. White Widow. I think this is our last Keg tier edition. Almost 2 full rows. White Widow's going in there. And last, but certainly not least, we have War Machine. You build your deck around him a little bit. He's fine inside of some Nightmare Shells. I'm going to put him in defining and fine. And this, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, is our Marvel Snap Series 4-5 tier list for Ants. Let's go ahead and enhance and scroll through here at the end. You absolutely, if you have spent collector's tokens on any cards and you are missing any of these 4 cards from your collection, I think you messed up. I think Red Guardian's potential in there too. Past these, I think what cards you should buy is deeply subjective based on play patterns you enjoy. I think these next 3 categories, the defining and strong, defining and fine, and even defining and mediocre, I think these are all cards that are reasonable to spend your resources on if you like the play patterns that they generate. These are cards that unlock new decks for you to play, and games are something you should be playing for fun, so spending your resources to unlock new decks to have fun with is great. Someone in chat described the expansion of the Keg tier in today's tier list update as the hollowing out of the middle class. And I just gotta let you know that made me chuckle. The Kang tier expansion compared to tier lists from earlier this year or last year really emphasizes the fact that we've fleshed out a lot of different spaces in Marvel Snap. What do I mean by this? Jeff the baby land shark is a phenomenal example of this. Jeff was basically a buy this card for a long time. It was far and away the best 2. Now, however, our 2s are Sam Wilson and Merlin and Kate Bishop. They are doing so much more and so many other things that Jeff is just outclassed. Same thing with all these move enablers, right? Like, I think you could maybe play these and they'll be fine and you'll get people and they're cute in different spots. However, there's just enough move enablers in Marvel Snap that I think these ones tend to be so much worse than the Madam Webs and the Anyas, the Doctor Stranges and the Iron Fists and the Ghost Spiders that they're generally speaking not worth too much consideration. I appreciate everybody that made it all the way through to the end of this. If you're watching it on YouTube and you enjoyed my ratings and my rambling, be sure to smash the like button to help the content reach some more people. I would love to hear in the comments down below which cards you think I got right and which cards you got wrong. Thanks for making it all the way through to the end. I hope your next snap pack, if you're gambling on them, is an excellent one. And make sure you subscribe to the channel here to not miss any updated tier lists or deck roundups for Marvel Snap in the future. Scene. How long was that? I think I do an all right job of keeping it relatively concise while articulating in spots. Where do we end up at? 40 minutes for 130 cards. So how many seconds is that per card on average? That's 40 times 60 divided by 137. It's like 17 and a half seconds per card. 20-ish seconds per card. You need to change your quote. You can't be the #1 Jeff fan and put him in the king tier. Listen, chat. I'm trying to be. We're trying to be objective. Yes. So I saw some people. I didn't want to get into it because we were recording the tier list for YouTube, but we had a functional card change in today's patch. Spider-Ham is now an activate card that tags a random card in the opponent's hand. And it doesn't pig it, it deletes its text box. Which I think overall is an interesting and good change. Yeah, they made it a 1-2 as well. They gave it an extra point. Oh, and it's random character, not card. So it doesn't hit skills. So this makes Spider-Ham no longer bad against. It makes Spider-Ham no longer bad against Mobius. It makes Spider-Ham no longer always hit Thanos. But they changed it from odd reveal to activate because they don't want you to be able to bounce it and hit multiple cards per game. Which I think is a very, very reasonable consideration. Because bounce is so good at throwing. You don't want to accidentally make it good. Didn't I already claim these? Did I not claim some of the stuff over here? Oh, I got... It counts volts I got for free out of here towards that, right? When does this shop end? I should probably just buy some credits or something with the handful of volts I have, right? Not quite enough. Bounce is one more tournament win away from Beast being a 4-6. Yep, basically. Doom variant's kind of good. Yeah, I've got a super premium Doom though. I like Kim's. Kim's one of my top artists in this game. We got an hour to kill until Dormammu releases. I might just do some Victoria Hand stuff because she's one of my favorites. I need to run and grab my lunch, and I need to run to the restroom. When we get back, we are going to jam some games with this, and Dormammu releases in about an hour. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on YouTube, tap the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. Beer. So I said we were gonna play this. When I walked away, but then someone else called out that we can play the new Activate ham inside of Cerebro 2. Who are we cutting? That's a tough one. I like a lot of the slots here. I think it's Echo. It's probably Echo or Mercury. My Echo, Nico, and Ham have matching god splits though, so I feel like I have to play them all together. Because like it would be rude for me to cut one of them. So we had, for those just joining us, we had a very rare card update in today's patch. Spider-Ham is now a 1/2 with Activate that replaces the text of a random character card in your opponent's hand. This is the only functional change in the patch today. Again, there's an OTA coming on Thursday. There's an OTA coming on Thursday. That's where they primarily do balance. But this one, they had some functional changes. Replace the text of a random character card in your opponent's hand with oink. The backslashes there, I assume, are some type of Unity error. I assume in their code, those are quotes within quotes. Kind of it's just a different, it's just different. It's better in some spots and worse in others. This is like a textbook definition of a side grade. Let's try it. It's worse when you play Spider-Ham on turn 5. Thank you for like, when you say stuff, when people say stuff like that, it's worse when you play it on turn 5. Like, do you want us to clap or something? Like, yes, obviously. Yeah, in Cerebro 2, it's worth a lot more points on turn 5. And on turn 6, it's worth a ton of points. That chatter could be a child. My audience across all platforms is less than 0.5% under 18, and it's less than 0.5% under 13. Although I think most people are lying about their age under 13 on these platforms. I'm pretty sure Twitch requires it. But yeah, just so we're clear, 99% of the time when you hear someone type something bafflingly stupid on the internet, they're a 20 or 30 something. Or 20 plus, there's older folks too. Probably about half of the time they're a 20 or 30 something.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh yeah, weird. Is the game music broken? I'll check my settings. No, there's no game music playing. Storm confirmed extra dead, yep. Oh, are we supposed to do this now? I think we're supposed to do this, yeah. So we need to get Ham down now. Oh, there's Cerebro 3, chat. The music took the deck tracker out to second. Yeah, sure did. Gosh, it's a shame they had priority. They messed up their ordering. They should have played Cerebro last. I think we're dead anyways, though. Is Cerebro literally the bottom card in your deck? There's one card in my deck, and it's Cerebro. Yeah, let me restart the client really quick. See if that fixes the in-game audio. Yeah, the music was there in the menu. I'm gonna give it a kick just in case that helps the in-game. Oh no. Are we gonna have broken in-game music till the next patch? That would be so bad. Dying game with dying music. Accurate. Can you believe how dead this is? Oh, that means I can't chimichanga anywhere. Sad.
Wind, aid my hand.
There's nothing about the music in the node tracker. I mean, I would be shocked if they shipped a build with broken music by default. Has the same opponent 2 Qs in a row. Back out. Oh, by the way, because I haven't gloated about it yet. We got the details about how Sanctum Showdown's going to work at the end of the week and the pricing for it. And you're going to be shocked to learn that it looks like you're going to be able to obtain the new card from Sanctum Showdown without spending any gold or money. So, it's almost like the person who was telling you to not make one event being structured poorly and pretend it is a trend was right. It's almost like they did that, and then this next one is back to normal. So long, Hitmonkey. Second dinner has given up on making money. It's over. It's Jover, chat. It's Jover. Totally Jover. I saw KM Best say it's doable, but you have to play a bunch. That's a fucking point, gamers. Limited time game modes are you play the game to get the stuff. They're never gonna get it for doing nothing, okay? The problem with the old one was that it expected you to play a bunch and spend money was the issue. It's not that, like, you had to spend gold. It's that you had to spend gold and play a bunch. It's you pick one. The problem was that they tried to pick yes. And that's not okay.
Taking aim.
Limited time game modes. Let's talk about addiction, shall we? Limited time game modes are explicitly designed to make it so you build a habit of playing the game more to finish it. They're supposed to give you a thing for free to get you to play a bunch to encourage you to do that. It's turn 5. Yeah, but if I do something else, there's no guarantee that they'll have priority. So I know it's turn 5. I just want to go ahead and like get my Shadow King value in now, and then Cerebro plus the other should be fine next turn. Storm is sad. We might be fine here because I porked their Hitmonkey. Shouldn't a game mode be good enough to not need rewards to get us to play it? Sure, if human beings were logical, reasonable creatures, a game being intrinsically fun would be enough for people to engage with it. However, in reality where I live, where human beings are psychologically manipulated and abused creatures, and need predatory hooks to keep them moving along, no, good gameplay is not enough. Honestly, Gonzo Bone, the vibes here have been super positive. I've been enjoying Marvel Snap's regular gameplay immensely, and I didn't like High Voltage Overdrive's gameplay anyways, and instead of losing my mind about it, I just decided to opt out of it. Because I play games for fun. And when part of it wasn't fun and I didn't like part of how it was structured, I just elected to ignore it. Rather than go on an endless triad about it. We got some details here in the iOS app update notes. Fantastic Four season confirmed cards. Mr. Fantastic, Fantasticar, Herbie, Human Torch, Thing, Invisible Woman, Mole Man, Mad Tinkerer. So that's 8 new cards. Whoa, is it gonna be 2 limited time game modes per month now? It's looking like we're gonna have 2 limited time game modes per month now, because this is limited time game mode, Grand Arena, and regular High Voltage. I don't think we know what Grand Arena is yet exactly. I assume there's gonna be data mines coming out that will let us know. Those are neat. We did win that last game because we porked the Hitmonkey though. That was fun. We should probably make a music command. This could go either way. They could have an ongoing hero, should be great for Echo. Sweet. And me winning the left tier means that I get to Blarvel this turn. So I think it's this, and then we'll probably storm here next turn. Mute them before they enchantress us. Maybe this will prompt me to get a royalty-free playlist and finally put it together. Because Shadowverse stuff has been getting dinged anyways, so I kind of need it for that. We're winning the right, which means we're winning the center. Serene 2 is so solid, chat. Love it.
Victory. Opponent snapped.
Just because I think a lot of people don't understand the logistical difficulties of it. Oh, I need to activate this. Getting royalty-free music that works is not just as simple as finding stuff that's listed as royalty-free. Because stuff that's royalty-free that you technically have the rights to use freely often still gets got by people making bogus copyright claims. So it's not remotely as simple as, oh, you just go grab this music that says it's fine and then you're fine. Oh, the music did pop up. Weird. I wonder what triggered it. So they can't play stones over here unless they reality stone. Interesting. Good night. So this is going to get us to 10, and then it'll give them -5, so we should be good over here. Actually, do I play Echo instead of Luke? Stop any random ongoing shenanigans.
Victory.
So I used to be an infinite player, but I last played in November when I have a rough time coming back. So they reworked the economy since you've been gone. So there's no more spotlight keys, and you just get a bunch of collector's tokens now. So what this means is, if you come back, there will be a very clear path for you to either free to play or spend money to get the resources to get the specific cards that you want for tokens when they rotate into your shop. There's no waiting for them to come back around as spotlight caches. However, it is still the same as it was before, where they're not just going to hand you a bunch of stuff for free when you come back. So you're going to have to play and get resources to get the cards that you missed in the meantime. But Second Dinner does also still consistently do a good job with balance, meaning that most of the decks you were playing last time you were playing are probably still reasonable and competitive. Adjust the tech card details that they have in them and like go on your happy way. I think Snap's current gameplay is very reasonable and solid, and they've been on a pretty good streak for the last month or so with that. Ebbs and flows like any game, but they've had more hits than misses lately.
Oh, snap.
I'm not sure if I want to goose here or not yet. If I goose here and then draw... If I goose here and then draw Blue Marvel, I'm sad. Oh, that's a great catch. The music comes back in between games of Conquest. That's a good find. Whoa! Speaking of, this is a bot. Why am I getting a bot in Conquest? The queue time went for a while. Do you think this was a queue time bot? I've never gotten a queue time bot in Conquest before. Yeah, it could be that not enough people have updated yet. Yeah, high voltage could be contributing as well. Oh, I forgot to activate Spider here. Something on the end for good measure.
Enough said, bub. Victory.
Is the music back? Someone said the music comes back in between rounds of Conquest. It is, yeah. Yeah, it is totally normal now. Strange. The bot's gonna switch you 10 to 2, absolutely. For a copy of Storm or an ecolocation reroll in a couple. Did it just show the pig animation? No, the Warpath is. Was that a different game? Oh my goodness, the bot gets to win Rickety Bridge with Colossus.
Enough said, bub.
Cooked. Alright, I'm actually gonna mulligan this match. I really don't want to play against a bot. Let's see if we can get a human.
Escaped.
At the risk of not wanting to know the answer, where have we ended up at today in terms of ceasefire in the Middle East, gamers? I saw last night looked like both sides shot missiles at each other after it was supposed to be announced. Have they lobbed volleys at each other, or have they been doing nothing? I did see Trump on camera saying they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Bionic! Thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Ooh! Copying Spider-Ham is good now, chat. Send it in the pork. Oink oink. I really don't know how to evaluate Dormammu. It's got a lot of moving parts. It's definitely a card you need to play games with to try and figure out. Alright, so we are not a Cerebro deck.
Wind, aid my hand.
Wait, so one of those had the pig animation and the other one didn't. Interesting. The pigs are filled with bugs. It certainly seems like it. If you're just joining us, there was not an OTA. However, we got a rare patch card change where exactly Spider-Ham was changed to be activate in a 1-2. And it now hits a random card in their hand instead of the leftmost. And it just wipes the text off of it. It doesn't, it just wipes the text off and it doesn't turn it into a pig. Like Zero. Well, kind of like Zero. It turns it into a, it puts the text oink on it. But yeah, technically like Zero. Yes, it doesn't hit skill cards, only characters. So I can't take Dormammu's toy away. Well, that bodes well for our hero. Well, we're probably cooked. Interesting. Hey, shout out to whoever just used the Into the AM code. Got an email that I added a conversion on my code. A long time sponsor of my stream here. They make all my wonderful graphic shirts. Do you want something that feels significantly better to wear than it does to get Enchantress while playing your ongoing deck? Be sure to check them out. I've got a sale going on now through the 4th of July. Hey, awesome, Travis. I meant to follow up with you on that. I'm glad it all got figured out for you. I picked up some tanks from Into the AM for working on it, and they've been excellent. Nice, Mather. They make a whole range of great stuff past just the graphic tees. All right, it looks like we have some new data mines and then some balance to previous data mine cards from the patch. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll an advert and run upstairs and put my my leftover hummus in the fridge before it goes bad. And then when we get back, we're gonna take a look at the data mine stuff from this patch, and then Dormammu is releasing here in about 35 minutes. Don't go anywhere, gamers. BRB. Stand up when we get back too. Oh, chat, we've fully entered the era of being able to message the boys. I went upstairs to put my hummus back in the fridge, and Christy was like, tell the boys when you go back downstairs that I sent them a Discord message hours ago and they haven't responded yet. And I was like, yeah, you better get used to that. That one's not changing anytime soon, so I poked them when I walked past. We'll see if they follow up. Jeff from the future is Dormammu cracked. Only in one of the timelines. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're living in one of the timelines where he's broken. Hopefully. Oh, by the way, just to verbally acknowledge it once. Yesterday was a one-off thing doing a react to Regis's video. I'm pretty done throwing fuel on the Marvel Snap is dying fire, so I'm gonna skip reacting to the Snapcast podcast Cozy and Alex did with Regis with the thumbnail saying Snap is falling apart. React more, streamer. I'm Badge. Tell me to be Badge. Would you believe, by the way, that there were a lot of people in response to the reaction we did yesterday that were mad at me for not being mad enough? This will come as a shock to many of you, I'm sure. I should be angrier and be less of a, quote, second dinner shill. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, yep. So, and just to tell you how this hyperbole goes, for people that haven't been following Shadowverse, it set a bunch of records for Steam revenue and Google Play and Apple, and I unironically saw a thumbnail that had an arrow pointing to Shadowverse only having 33,000 concurrent players on Steam at a certain snapshot, with text that said something about the game dying already. And again, just to make sure I didn't stutter there, 33,000 concurrent players on just Steam for a game that's also on mobile. And obviously it was dying because on launch day it had like 110,000 on Steam. Is the logic. Oh, we don't even have art for some of these. Call the funeral director to reserve a spot, right? Super Adaptoid 3.5. Must be busted if it's only a 3.5, chat. Everybody knows 3.6 is the new 3.5. On reveal, steal the text of an enemy activate card here. Is nothing sacred, chat? That was activate cards are one of the few sandcastles we still had available to us. I mean, I guess this was a when, not an if. One of these was always coming eventually. I was just hoping it would be further down the line. Danger, 4/6. Activate, destroy an enemy card here with less power. There's some control over that. Kariba, Shape Pander, Omega Sentinel. Afflict the highest power enemy card here with -7 power. I look at a card like this in this design, and I just truly don't understand how this and Shang-Chi are cards in the same game. I don't get it. Laughs at Luke Cage, yep. If one of your other cards at each other location +2. That's a reasonable card, right? 2/5, awesome, Andy. It's an awesome card. It's a 2/5 that can have pretty clean deck building synergy. Give your card that last moved +2 power and move it back to its previous location. Is this actually a good new move enabler? This design seems really good, yeah? Like, it's funny, we just did the Series 4-5 tier list today and talked about how, like, Fanfei and Zorn and all these other things, like, weren't very good. This seems significantly better than on the other ones we've had. Immediately activate your other cards here without using their activate abilities. Hey, Kizzy K, thanks for the read. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, it's kind of like a Wong adjacent card for activate. Or like an Odin adjacent card. For each unspent energy, give a card in your hand -1 cost. Oh, I like this one. This is gas. Does this work like... This works like Kahori does, right? Where it can hit the same card multiple times. I would expect, right? Like it does for each unspent energy, it has one trigger that applies randomly to a card in your hand. I would assume this is just for the turn, not over the course of the game. So like if you activate this on 5 and pass on 5, you'll get 5 cost reductions applied to your hand. Jim Hammond Human Torch. All right, I think it's too soon for a third Human Torch second dinner. The start of each turn, +1 power. The start of turn, +1 power for each bonus energy you have. Okay. So, if you Luna on 3, this is a 1/4. No, this isn't like Sunspot. This is, do you have energy from Hope or Wiccan or Luna? Oh, +1 for each bonus. So it stacks. So if you Wiccan on 4, it gets 2 and 2. This card's neat. I like this design a lot. I mean, sure, it's probably an auto-included error shim, but you're not going to draw it very often there, so it doesn't matter. Bastion, 4/5. Add copies of your other cards here to your hand. Set their Whoa! This is a Jeff Hogland card. This is a sweet card. Add copies of your other cards here to your hand. Set their cost to 2 and their power to 3. That's like there's some deck building for this one. Get your Victoria hands down, chat. Victoria hand stonks through the roof. When this is destroyed, get a copy of your opening hand. I like how some of them say text card and this one says work in progress a bunch. Oh, does it have actual the name is different. It has the name plate is different. Give each card in your hand +1 power if you're winning here. Otherwise, move this to another location. Oh, and this is an end turn trigger. Assuredly, if this card releases like this, Nakia gets a buff, yes? Assuredly they make Nakia better. Who's Nakia? Huh. 3/3 for each location. Shuffle a rock into the losing player's deck. I absolutely love designs like this that punish people who that don't play to the board early. Yeah, you could theoretically get 3 rocks with this. You go 1-2, 1-2 into him. Get that squirrel girl value. On reveal, discard the leftmost card of your hand to add a random card with the same cost. Sure. Honestly, the biggest value in this is it just like lets you get a card out of the leftmost side of your hand where blade tags the right. Yeah, it just gives this card a way to get to the left side, which is great. Four, 6. Revive one of your discarded or destroyed 3-cost cards here. That's so specific. And like, Phoenix Force is similar and not great. But it can reanimate discarded things, I suppose. But I don't know that there's an express synergy there that I expect, right? When this card is destroyed, replace it with a 4-cost card in your hand or deck. What's a 4-drop? This combos with the prior card. I guess. If Fire Lord's the only 4 in your deck. You kill Airwalker and then it brings him back. Oh, that's a great one. This pulls Morgan out of your deck. Morgan Le Fay. Because you want destroyed things to enable Morgan. And then you build your deck around Morgan and this gives you ready access to... That's cute. Oh, he could technically pull Phoenix Force out of your deck too. Could technically pull Phoenix Force out of your deck too. And revive himself right away. Yeah. This is a card that I'm sure when it gets implemented will be absolutely bug-free and not break the game in any way whatsoever. It will also, this is also quite the sand castle kicker. Remove the text of front row enemy cards here. That's gross. It is deeply toxic. This is a sick design. This is a sick design that works with it works with that 1-drop we saw earlier, right? Yeah, you could Shuri into him. If you Shuri into this card, you have 11 energy on turn 6, yeah? Because he'll set you to 10 and then you'll gain 1 the following turn. A Mobius that limits extra energy. That's gotta be a when, not an if. That's gotta be a your max energy cannot exceed the current turn is an ongoing 2-drop coming soon to a Marvel Snap near you. The thing I'm learning today, chat, is that there's like 6 different characters that are all Human Torches in the Marvel Universe. Looking at this artwork, there's like 6 different Human Torches at a minimum. She's more of a Silver Surfer. She looks pretty freaking gold to me, gamer. After the next time you play a 6-cost card, double this card's power. So it's a 3/8 with the build around condition. That seems fine. Cards can't be added to locations except by playing or moving them. I love me a Containment Priest, chat. I've been advocating for Containment Priest to be added to Marvel Snap for a long time. This beats up on a lot of things that I hate. Brood, yeah, there's a lot of miscellaneous ones. Brood, Squirrel Girl, Hela, Doctor Doom. Jubilee, Shauna, Ultron, Ghost Rider, Arnim Zola, White Tiger, Isan. Ooh, that's a good call out. This is technically a card that stops Sentry from making a void too. That's a good deck building synergy. You can play him with Sentry. It stops Nimrod. It's an anti-clog card. It stops debris. It nerfs M'Baku, not Baku. Oh no! Poor Baku. End of turn. If you're winning this location, if you're winning this location with an on-reveal card, copy its text. What is winning with an on-reveal card? Does this mean you're winning the location and then there's an on-revealed card there? Or does the on-reveal card have to be the last card? I would assume it's just winning there and then she copies an on-reveal there. Oh, man. So obviously you could play her with regular Silver Surfer. Oh, wait. She says copy its text. So I don't think this gets constant end of turn. So I don't think you could, like, stick it at, like, an Iceman location and make sure you're winning that and Iceman them every turn. I would assume the end of turn text goes away and gets replaced. Kind of like how what's it called? Works like Absorbing Man. Or Mystique. My Herald is the next character I see you play. End of turn, +3 power if you're winning my Herald's location. Hey, look, this is a sweet, flavorful design. I don't hate this one. Encourages you to play to the board early. I assume the next character I see you play just means the one you play the first card you play while he's in your hand. Does it show like Red Hulk? That's a good question. I don't know. Imagine Galactus not being a massive dick, chat. Is that allowed? I don't know if that's allowed. That's not very in character for him. It's true. All right. Can I get a favor in chat? And the one that Twitch account that just messaged in chat that I banned, could I get that account reported for harassment? Hateful conduct or bullying and harassment. Their account's 4 years old. Targeted abuse is a good one. They sent me some really shitty things on Discord, so Twitch usually takes that stuff relatively seriously. Hopefully their account gets banned. They were someone from the Pokemon community, believe it or not. I'm actually kind of surprised at how deeply toxic the Pokemon community has been. I've played a lot of games over the years that made it through Magic the Gathering, and man, I was not expecting Pokemon to be worse than Magic, but they were by a very wide margin. All right, so what does Dormammu do? I feel like I need to familiarize myself with its text before we start building here. Merge your highest powered destroy card with Dormammu to continue. Dormammu steals 1 power from each card here. Destroy 2 of your characters here to summon Dormammu. So again, I really can't emphasize enough that the key to this card potentially being good is going to be, are you getting value from the things you're blowing up or draining points from along the way? Because like this one, for example, is not terrible, right? Like you play this out at a location where your opponent has cards, it takes points off of them as well, right? Yeah, you have to fulfill each piece, so you can't play this first one without a destroyed card to merge into it. And you can't play this, the last one won't summon it if you don't have 2 characters to blow up. So like the obvious ones are Uncle Ben and Bucky. The other call out, and this might still want Uncle Ben and Bucky, but Werewolf by Night, it technically guarantees you a zero cost on reveal, right? So effects like X23 and Sabretooth and stuff like that, Deadpool, that don't actually go to your discard pile, don't count for Dormammu. Is that Nicholas scratch deck? Are we Nicholas Scratch instead of Killmonger? Are we an Angel deck? That's actually kind of an interesting question. If you merge a card into Dormammu and then Phoenix Force, do you think you can bring it out as a 4/17? No, because when you merge the card into Dormammu, it's no longer in your destroy zone. Angel thins the deck. So is thinning the deck actually good though? Because if you thin the deck, you're more likely to draw a Dormammu, right? You don't have to draw a Dormammu. She'll pop out of the deck. What else would I want to do? What I want to do with this? Death. I don't know that we're blowing up enough things for death to be good, question mark. Are we a fire hair deck? I only have Hood. Is Into the AM ship internationally? Absolutely. And check on their site. They have a bunch bunch of different places they ship to. What happens if you play Dormammu and then summon her? I don't believe summoning her has any effect if she's already in play. That would be my expectation. I have 2 slots here because one of them is door. Some amount of tech cards probably good. Luke for the ritual protection of your cards. I don't understand. Do you want a Lady Death Strike? Lady Death Strike's too slow, right? Oh. My brain has made a terrible connection, chat. Making your deck bigger means you're less likely to draw Dormammu. Yeah. Border unlock. That's true. We could play Agamotto and Scratch. And maybe we don't play Killmonger, maybe we play Venom. Ichiru's not a bad call out. Remember how to spell his stupid name? EITR. Can't play Scratch, doesn't match the borders. It's true. It's true. Take out Uncle Ben. I was just thinking that. It's probably drop Ben. Ben's unpredictable for Werewolf, which is bad. Alright, I'm gonna run an ad. The new card drops in 2 minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. 3 destroy cards in a 16 card deck is not enough to start the ritual. I feel. Well, why instead of using your feelings, what if we say fuck your feelings and we look at the math? By turn 3, I've seen 6 cards. Oh, they changed the calculator. I'm having to have my brain parse what exactly is going on. 6 is population, sample size, this. Says this is the one I want, right? Cumulative probability, X is greater than or equal to 1. This says we're 70. So again, if you've never seen a hypergeometric distribution calculator before, we have 16 cards in an Agamotto deck. 3 of them blow stuff up. We see 6 cards by turn 3 to draw one of them. And our odds of having 1 or more of our things that blow stuff up is 79%. If I add a 4th one, let's say I added Killmonger. A 4th one would give me another 10-ish%, and then Nico adds another. Yeah, Ichiri technically works as well. Says your reminder to claim your 200 free gold on the Marvel Snap web shop for the day, gamers. Man, that is quite the art. That's stuff going on. It's terrifying. It is deeply terrifying. I hope, please, Marvel Snap is going through it here. Apparently, I need to restart my application. Pay no attention to the black screens behind the curtain. The second ritual takes away power from you. So with Luke, does it still add to Dor? So if Luke is in play when you steal power, it won't add power to Dormammu. However, if Luke is not in play and then you play him after the fact, he'll restore the stolen power. That's how it works. Do you think Luke prevents the second ritual from counting? I would assume so. I would assume you actually need to steal power from something. Otherwise you haven't completed the bargain with the demon. Like one gambling, please. Oh, they say Marvel Snap's too expensive. Looks like the new cards are pretty free to me. Just so we're clear here, this is the second week in a row I got a free one. The rich really do get richer. Benjamin making sure. Listen, this is compensation for the number of times I've been called a bootlicker and a shill in the last 24 hours for refusing to shit on second dinner unnecessarily. If you want to get more 5,000 tokens from your Snap Packs, chat, you just need to get the greater Marvel Snap community to make sure they hate your guts. Make sure they think you're a terrible shill. Race car, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Alliance missions reminder, you the real MVP. The boot tastes like free Marvel Snap cards. Ultron split, then we just got some free boosters. Look at this split, chat, it's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Dr. Jerome, thank you for the 5 months, by the way, as well. Good afternoon. Before we start, can we get a new game with all the games, a meme game with all the game start effects? Oh, does that exist now? Is Dora a game start effect? Okay. Is Agamotto's start of game animation still turned off? Anybody know? Is that all of them? I'd like the record to reflect we've stumped the auto deck completer. That's the longest I've ever seen it think. It did successfully come up wishing. It's qualified to be a Marvel Snap content creator. It's got no idea what to do with this deck. I'll take a Shang-Chi, I think. And a Mockingbird. Daring today, aren't we? This is all of the start of game animations loaded in the same pile of cards. Lubrication. Welcome. Ooh, that's a good one. That was excellent.
Opponent snapped. Escape.
I'm impressed, chat. The last time we did this, the animations overlapped each other in an unpleasant way. They fixed it up. Takes about 17 seconds. Nice. One mini movie. Wally Wong Hang, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Let's play real deck now.
Opponent snap. Oh, snap.
We can activate this, and then we can eat this, and then we can summon a ritual. It's like a pretty good start. Oh my goodness. That's so clean. That's so clean.
Venom.
Okay, so I get to go. Oh, fuck, my brain hurts. Dog. Dog. Summoning ritual? What a first game, huh? What do I want the dog to end? I think it's this actually, yeah. Have the dog in middle. To the people asking me why I didn't do X, Y, or Z, it doesn't really matter, chat. There's like 600 permutations for the way each of these turns could have played out. Oh, yeah, maybe I should have left the card to the left. don't think I want Dormammu and Werewolf at the same location. It's like this. I guess I technically want to give this the extra power, right? So it jumps there, we go here, we jump here in the dog center. I think we're dead. Oh yeah, super dead. Blizzards! Thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Needed the dog to end right. I guess wrong here on where the human torch would be. Well, we won the 16 pointer lane. The animations on the card look good. It's just really a question of how often are all of the hoops we're going to jump through going to be enough to actually win the game, right? It's a lot of resources and cards to build up to it. Oh, I did totally forget. Someone reminded me on Alliance missions, and I totally didn't claim them. Thank you for the second reminder. Destroy 6 cards in a match. I actually don't know that we're going to do that. Jury's still out. The number we're going to blow up per game. So I do have a starter guide for Marvel Snap in 2025. Check it out. Depending on how far you are into a returning player, you can kind of just come back and play the same things you were playing previously. Gosh, the lack of music is so jarring. I'm gonna draw his ugly dome. Is not stellar either. I'm activating Merlining. No, this will fill my hand. Werewolf. Lesson learned. Should have played the dog not on the King Pass so I could Carnage or Deathlock it. It's good thing to note for the future. Eat the Merlin. Merge that into Dormammu. Get our summoning ritual. I mean, I guess with bolts, we can technically... With bolts, we can technically hard cast the 7-drop too. Not that that sounds particularly appealing, but it's technically an option. Oh, you know, with Camelot on the left, maybe I should take from the right. Although this makes Dormammu bigger. Do you think Hood and D-Man will see a nerf considering how many decks he's good at? You shut your fucking mouth. Nobody loves the dark. I mean, unironically, I think this is the play, yeah? We're just hard casting, mommy. We're gonna lose the breaker, yeah? Freaking rip. Oh, I can play Dora on the left. So, in my brain, I had shortcutted... I can't put Dormammu into the left because there's Cosmo stopping the ritual. But that changes if we're hard casting the card. And obviously we win this particular combination if we do that, but we could also lose the flip. But yes, this particular combination I beat by going here, and I should go here every time. And just hope they don't hope they assume I can't play for here. Who said that? Ban them. It was real close. Yes, the third ritual, assuming you met all the previous requirements, adds Dormammu to the board. No matter where it is. So ideally you never draw it.
Opponent snapped.
You gotta have two things to blow up to get Dormammu onto the board, though. Eitri is very good in these Agamotto decks. Do I want to just take the raft here? I don't think so. We're gonna lose the card. We played all ones is interesting. They're turning 2 cards into 3s. This is upside for them here, unfortunately for us. Mm. Yeah, 0606. Yeah, I believe the ritual stops working when you get that no progress line. You have to fulfill the conditions. Dormammu's to do 7 drop in the pool. Oh, that's true. Oh, rocky finish to the game. Dodge a Killmonger. We can dodge a ball here.
Enough said, bub.
Unfortunate. This plays for all 3, okay? It's obviously not amazing against Killmonger, though. We're gonna get 3 copies of Scratch here in the middle. Hey, Dale, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Oh, man. I knew they had a hood demon too, right? So I should probably play around the 13 on either side and not get rid of the what's it called there? The wrong button here. Not interested in sweating.
Escaped.
I think we open on Nick.
Opponent snapped.
I'm kind of surprised by how many people appear to be... I'm kind of surprised by how many people appear to be trying Dormammu and regular destroy, because a lot of the things regular destroy blows up don't fuel summoning ritual. Like the Deadpools, the X-23s, the Wolverine. Maybe they don't realize that. We'll see less of it as the day goes. Like, is this the ritual? It's gotta be, right? Yeah, so that's no target, and then the auto deck is regular destroy. Oh, well, that's pretty deeply crappy. That's pretty deeply crappy. Do I want to just jump the dog here? I think I want to just jump the... Oh, I don't have a thing blown up yet, though. It's just this.
I want the throne.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Why not play the ritual? Because I wanted to move the dog with the ritual. Puts me a turn behind, but I think that's fine. Could Dormammu be good in a Morgan Le Fay 1-drop stack? Yeah, maybe.
What a game!
Wilker, thank you for the generous tier 2 and for the 36 months. I'm looking for recommendations to replace my washer and dryer from 1995. I want to know what brand your washer and dryer were that they lasted 30 years. I'd go buy another one of those if I were you. Yeah, I think this is fine. All I have to say about washer and dryers is you should basically never buy a Samsung product.
I definitely.
I don't know. I don't know what you've been looking at, but just don't buy a Samsung product. Well, I mean, okay. Well, much like the United States, I think we've unfortunately lost the right. Yeah, probably smoked in the middle. Honestly, dead on the left as well. It's all bad, Jim. As a point of reference, Johnal, in order for me to classify a deck as top performing as opposed to high potential by weekly deck list roundups, I typically expect close to 4 digits worth of games spread across multiple balance patches. For things that are novel to look at and think about, I just look for a couple hundred games or so, or sometimes even less than that, depending on what the overall sample is. But does it truly be like, I'm gonna take... Oh, look, we got real washer dryer advice on the YouTube side. Ash Tree Dweller says, my husband repairs appliances as a hobby. And he said, Speed Queen washer dryer if you could afford it. Otherwise, LG front loader or Whirlpool top loaders. Yeah, look at that. Real life advice on Twitch. came for the Regis React video to resubscribe, so typing this at 2x speed. What's going on, Dan? Appreciate the 19 months. Thanks for not coming from the video and calling me a bootlicker and second dinner shill. It's been the average response for not crapping on them unnecessarily. All right, I don't know that I'm ready to give up on this one yet. I think I want to lose 1 or 2 more games with it when we get back, and then we'll move on to the next build. But we need to run an ad break on Twitch, and I need to run to the restroom. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Don't go to. We got a number of things to explore with this new card. Do. Oh. You think he's gonna be great at Thanos' death? Yeah, maybe we should just do that. Is Scratch trashier? Scratch is probably trashier. Dormammu is easier to summon than I expected, but I'm also having a hard time winning a second lane. Yeah, that tracks. Uncle Benjamin. I think I need more tech cards. Marvel stat mantra.
Shall be set right.
Hey, Wilder, thank you for the 17 months. I want to let you know how much I appreciate your content. Your streams always leave me feeling well informed and thoroughly entertained. Thanks for keeping me around to do what I do. Oh, shoot. I forgot Merlin was gonna brick us. That's on me. Are we cooked? Feels like we're cooked. Am I supposed to play the summoning ritual purely so I don't brick a draw? I think so. Hey, Contract. Glad you've been having fun with Shadowverse. I have as well. Oh, this is actually enough to win the left is the problem. And we'll just flip world ship and win the center, yeah? Ultron! Rip.
Power must be controlled.
We're still losing the right, yeah? Does War Machine work with Dormammu? Why would you need War Machine with Dormammu? For reference, you can play Dormammu for 7 energy. It doesn't restrict you for playing it, it just has a way for you to play it without needing to. Do we not want Merlin so we can not have hand size issues? Yeah, it's probably an alright take. I kinda wanted Uncle Ben anyways. Fine swap. Someone in Discord said Dormammu is pulling discarded cards in stage 1. Interesting.
Destiny will arrive. Opponent snapped.
Wow, this is actually really clunky too. I'm gonna play it, but Mind Stone on 1 with Summoning Ritual and Thanos actually means I brick my draw on 2 with no extra. No extra draw here. I mean, Thanos and Summoning Ritual are both an extra card to your hand, right? Yeah, the count is no joke. Greedy.
peace.
Ever have a rock, Dormammu. That is a mommy magic if I ever saw one. What is going on? What? What? But. It is completely bugged out. Holy. Every time you put me in, I get killed. I'm done. Had enough of it, Hogland.
I want the throne.
Impressive.
Wait, did that just merge one of my stones? Is that what I saw happen there? Oh, it's from Zemo. Oh, good. Now I can't. Really wish I knew what was happening. Why I can't play my cards?
I want the throne.
You have to bargain with Marvel Snap. It's actually unplayable. All right, let me restart my application here real quick and see if that fixes it. That's a shame too, because our hand was actually kind of sweet. On my honeymoon anniversary, stopping by to re-up. Cheers to Dormammu being playable, Copia. I hope you have a great trip. All right, we did it. We did it. Yay. Never before seen. I don't think that's true, Marvel Snap.
I want the throne. Great power comes.
It would have been really funny if it would have pulled their Dormammu and won me all three. When did Demon get its own skin? There was a hood bundle that came out that had a custom Demon skin in it. Alright, well, good to know that when you can't put your cards into play because of emotes, you can restart to fix it at least. Yeah, we've got that going for us. Dormammu does appear to win the mirror match 100% of the time, so we've got that going for us. This is Ben telling us we all need to emote harder. GG Jeff, it was me in that game. It wouldn't let me play cards in the middle. And we were also struggling. I actually restarted my client during the last game. It's having a moment.
The universe shall be set right.
It's 100% to win the mirror. You heard the man. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, 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 bye. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mommy's home. Summoning up a storm.
I want the throne.
Impressive.
Dormammu is gonna be a little stoned, I think, gamers. Oh, that's cheating. They played their ritual counting on my destroy. Having 2 copies of death is good for us. Yes, Ritual 3 needs to destroy 2 things for Dormammu to be summoned. We take those. There's our big man. Large and in charge.
Rest in peace.
They can't shake Chibi everywhere, right? I've heard this one before. So they have 1 Death Remember because one of ours is copied from them. Is it better to play the 3rd skill on the last turn to dodge Shang and stuff? I mean, kinda. That would mean I wouldn't be able to enable my deaths and stuff, though. So, like, yes, but also no.
Impressive.
This seems fine. This seems fine. The Soul Stone means I can Deathlock on the left because Thanos is indestructible. There's +2 to play out over there.
Power must be controlled.
Well, they were dead regardless, but Getting the old casserole on the back of the soul stone is nice. This is your brain on Shang-Chi. To be fair, I didn't have the soul stone when they played the Shang.
The universe shall be set right. Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Maybe we're supposed to hood first. Dope. Is it possible to Moon Girl the last skill and summon it twice? It is not. Well, you can Moon Girl the skill, but you won't get 2 Dormammus. Yeah, it has to be a copy available somewhere to summon, essentially. Would it be possible if the Moon Girl also copied Dormammu? I assume so, but that's a lot of moving parts. Man, choosing to play Clog on the day the new Destroy card's released is certainly a decision you're allowed to make.
I want the throne.
So long, friends. What's going on, Jakey Bakey?
You
Know where the what is?
know the bread.
The bread. It's on the counter next to the kitchen sink.
Ooh, the time stone. Are you playing a Thanos deck?
I am playing a Thanos deck.
Okay. What would be this new thing? What's the new thing about this
The new thing is we have Dormammu. He's a demon from hell that we do rituals to summon.
Oh, Zaga.
Oh, Jakey.
I like how the stones have like each special ability. So even if you don't complete Thanos, you still get a really big advantage.
That's true.
Each stone has a special ability.
So I think we summoning ritual here, and then I think I might Shang the center to crack the Bucky.
Doodles.
See you, Jakey. I think it's this, and then we put Dormammu on the left with the summoning ritual. Narrator, he would in fact not put Dormammu on the left with the summoning ritual. We win this, yeah? Because Bucky comes in? Cool. It's been a while since I've seen a hazmat Clog. Again, feels very ambitious on release day of a new card that encourages people to play Killmonger. Could be fun after Dormammu calms down a little bit. Is it always the front 2 cards or is it random? I assume it's random. I've been jumping streams until I can find someone who wins a game with Dormammu. It's taking me 10 hours of searching. We just want a whole silver conquest with him. And I know this is sad, but my initial first hour read is I think I'm skeptical that this card's gonna end up very competitive. It's very novel, and you have some neat deck building things you jump through, but so far the payoff feels not quite worth the squeeze. Lethal Llamas! Speaking of things that are worth the squeeze, though, thanks for watching so much over the last year and more. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire. Be sure to ping me in the Discord server to get access to Beverly Shills, and Hoaglandia's trickle-down economy stays in action. Our next Shillionaire will now only have to spend 999,730 shillings. I am Fief. Thank you for the 5 months. Fief got a 5. Dormammu surely makes fire hair a good card. Yeah, so my plan is to play Thanos here for a little bit, and then we're gonna do, I want to build Morgan Dormammu, and I want to build fire hair Dormammu. I think are the other things I would like to explore this evening.
Destiny will arrive. Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Fire hair misery and Morgan. The 2 things I would like to try. We play this spell out first, you get the second one if no card dies. Nope. You have to make a deal, or Dormammu doesn't want to deal with you. He's come to bargain. Should we eat monster to make mommy big? I don't know. I think I prefer cracking the Winter Soldier. Actually, what if I do this, and then I can the Dormammu on these 2? Stop Shang with the ritual. I mean, I would stop my Shang with the ritual, which I don't want to do.
Great power comes.
Been out a bit this month, but it seems like the only card worth buying this season has been Nightmare, and that's borderline. Is that a fair assessment? Are you not counting Merlin? Because it's a season pass card? Are you talking You talking strictly about Merlin? Merlin's one of the sweetest Marvel Snap cards to release in, gosh, maybe ever. Merlin is really, really good. Strictly cashes. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. My brain jumbles. What else has come out this month? Yeah. Yeah, Nightmare's the banger. Mercury's fine, Jennifer Kale's fine. I don't know where I'm playing Thanos. Maybe I'm like shanging here and then waiting to play Thanos on the last turn. But if I do this, and then on my last turn I'm like Thanos Demon. Let's do this and lock myself in the center and go Thanos Demon left and right. Nightmare or banger. Nightmare's fine.
Power must be controlled.
I don't think it's a must-have card, but it's a very playable novel effect.
Doom rules all.
All right, so they have one ongoing over here. So if they Spectrum, they're only getting 3 more here. So let's go Demon here, Thanos here, and we should be good to go. Play Time Stone for the Thanos bonus. I don't have board space. I guess I could have given up. I could have given up Nico in the center.
Knowledge is power.
Ooh, we tied the right. Won by a small margin here. Okay, I mean, Dormammu was 18 power there. Came down and made some numbers. He seems very functional in this deck. Surge is a pretty good card too. Surge was last month at this point. Surge was a main card. This month was Merlin, Hellion, Jennifer Kale, Morgan, Nicholas, Ancient One, Kid Omega, Cobra, Nightmare, and now Dormammu. Scratch is probably a fine card long term. As we get more skills into the game, Scratch is going to scale more. How do you distinguish a bad card versus a card that hasn't found the right deck yet? I mean, usually it's like context. Like Nicholas Scratch is a good example, right? Like Nicholas Scratch is a card that has some very express synergies that the card pool doesn't support super well yet. I think is a great way to put it.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Should I pass on Dormammu? I love Destroy, so I'd be running him in Classic Destroy. Well, he's not good in Classic Destroy, gamer. Dormammu, what's it called? Dormammu doesn't work with things like X-23 and Wolverine and Deadpool that don't actually go to your destroy location. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is that low-key good for Dormammu? Yeah, honestly, it's probably good for us. That's fair. Oh, I could have used Nico to eat the carnage too. Would have been all right. So I'm gonna do this, and then next turn we'll go destroy ritual soulstone, and then we'll have Thanos to finish. Dodge a Cosmo, we can dodge a ball. But wait a turn to turn priority. They are a... I actually don't need to Soulstone now because they're typically not a Shang deck. So I'm gonna wait and Demon plus Thanos. Yeah, this is why. Marvel Snap is really fun. Can they beat me? Is 18 good? 23. How big is their kitty? They're going to 16. They would need 8 to beat me? I don't think they could get 8. Yeah, they're cooked. Good night. Oh yeah, their Athena's not even triggering here. They would have needed an Iron Man, which isn't super common in their deck. That's an unfortunate part of Dormammu is like, well, you know, there's so many ways to kick his sandcastle, for lack of a better term. Cosmo being an obvious one there. Definitely telegraphed. More telegraphed than most in a world ship game, but often going to be telegraphed where you're planning to set up Dormammu. All right, we're going to play some more of this since we're getting close to close out an infinite ticket with it. We can take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. In the meantime, in between time, if you're watching this on YouTube and enjoying what you see, make sure you tap the like button. We're going to be exploring all sorts of Dormammu stuff here this week. Some alliance missions. Six cost guards, probably gonna do that.
Epic.
What's the game schedule for the rest of the week? It's gonna be very similar to the start of the week, Ben. We're gonna do Shadowverse for the first 2.5 to 3 hours, then Marvel Snap after. I'll be off completely on Wednesday for a prayer commitment. What's up, y'all? Thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. How's Dormammu been so far? Okay. This Thanos pile's better than the werewolf deck we started with to set a low bar. Discarded Dormammu can't be resummoned. That seems wrong. I feel like if you complete it all, you should get to do it. If Agamotto could be pulled out of discard, Dormammu should be too. I feel like if Dormammu's not going to summon from there, Agamotto shouldn't pull from discard either. There should be some consistency there. All right, since we're playing for an infinite ticket, I won't just snap on one and we'll take this seriously. Hey, Matt, good game. Good luck in the rest of your conquesting today and your mission completing. like the flavor of Dormammu's ritual, pulling him from literally anywhere, even banishment. Yeah, it feels like it would be on flavor for that to be the case.
The universe shall be set right.
Super flow. I think I'll vibe on a reality stone for the time being. Ooh. Now I'm playing Reality Stone for the sake of...
Oh, snap.
Let's say get my hand empty. Oh, I guess maybe I should eat... Maybe I should eat something that has a point of power. Hold, please. So a new bug this patch is while you're trying to play cards from your hand, it locks up and doesn't let you drag your cards out because it pops up the option to emote cards while they're in your hand. So restarting let me fix it last time. So Dormammu is literally unplayable. Yes, actually. Factual. It's unplayable in the most literal sense. We'll get to summoning ritual, clear two of these things out of the middle. We're one Mind Stone short of Power Stone being active. I think I do this. It gives me the option to Shang plus Death next turn.
Impressive.
I mean, I know this looks super Shang-brained, but it's actually my best play, right? I mean, mommy looked very good there, yes? Like, genuinely super reasonable.
Destiny will arrive.
Am I the only one buying the Bass variant today? No, you're not the only furry in the chat, I would wager.
Opponent snapped.
We don't judge it. Absolutely not here to judge. Find your joy.
Oh, snap.
Snap back with the way this curve is going. I mean, this works out way better than expected, yeah? This seems great. All these ones here. Wow, they didn't fill? That's incredible for me. Holy. No! Benjamin! Hey, fucking right, Ben. It ain't right, you know, Benjamin! This goddamn video game.
We are the future.
We're cooked. It's likely a lizard or a scorpion or something that beats us on the right, then we lose to what's this called?
Escape.
God, we would have been set up so well if Triskelion just hadn't dicked us over.
The universe shall be set right.
It's so annoying.
Snap.
I'm gonna wait a turn on the summoning ritual because I want to put the monster into him. Order ritual for it. The summoning ritual puts the highest power in. Don't fill hand. We're good, right? I do this and this and this. Oh, this does fill my hand for the turn. Do I need to draw though? None of my draws are very good. Oh, if I draw death, I want to draw death. Yeah, I was counting the summon ritual. I was only filling, instead of getting 2 sentinels from the left. Okay, and that doesn't matter. So we go this, 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 ship it. So we need a bit more on the right. We're going to be up a ton in the center, or be up a ton on the left.
Victory. Destiny will arrive.
The 6 cards turn 1 in hand really is something. It means if Ben, God bless America, Benjamin. It means if Ben adds even a single card to your hand, I'm snapping because we got a Luke Cage. It means if Ben adds even a single card to your hand, you brick and draw.
Opponent snapped.
Ben said, what about 7 cards? I mean, to be fair, they got more crap in their hand than we did. They snapped me back into this Luke Cage. Please and thank you. All but your highest cost cards here are destroyed. Take that. I think I'm reality stoning instead of space stone because I don't want to brick and draw. Much reality stone brick or draw anyways. What do you think of this? I want the flexibility to get rid of this. Ritual before Venom. No, Chad, I want the demon to merge into Dormammu. What if I do this and then put this here? We stop this from blowing things up. A little jump scare there. Did they not London their Ajax? I think they thought we were getting rid of London. Ritual left, Luke right. Is that more on the left? Well, I could lose Venom and Death, right? I guess it's, I merged a demon and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I merged 11 in. No, I think it's just the skimmers. What a freaking game. I had Luke Cage and they didn't.
Victory.
Thank you, Ben Broad, for the Triskelion. RNG assist. I was kind of into that. I think I can stamp exceeds expectations on Dormammu from that one. We definitely plunked it out as a big dumb thing in a few of those games. Definitely a brand new level of how am I managing my hand size when you have Thanos and the Ritual in your opener and you just like have 6 cards on one every game. Yeah, kind of neat though. I liked what we had going on here. It seems like a fine starting place for Dormammu. We're gonna go ahead and move along to our next deck idea because I got a few more things I want to get through, but I'm gonna really check this one off as very reasonable, I think. Jumping the wolf next. We started with werewolf and it was real bad. I don't know that I'll do more of that. I think I want to do fire here. I see airship. The deck I just deleted was all of the game start effect decks. It takes 17 seconds to play them all out. Yeah, Morgan and fire here are the other two things I think that are worth exploring. I think I want to do fire here first. Damn it, Nicholas! We've talked about this. If you can't keep your pants up when you're on camera, you're gonna get cut from the collection. What are Unity errors? What are other things I would like to misery? Surge. Zabu maybe. Nico. Chavez. Kate. I don't know about Kate. Cassandra Nova. Cassandra Nova is interesting. Because she's a solid one to merge into Dormammu because she re-triggers and gets bigger again. I don't hate that. I don't think we're a Zabu deck looking at this. How am I winning my second path? I probably want at least one more way to blow something up. 3 is probably the floor. Darkhawk. I don't think we're playing Darkhawk with just Korg as an enabler. I probably want a tech card for the last slot, like a Shang. Juggernaut. I don't hate that, because if we think about playing Dormammu's Ritual on 6, we can have a 3 alongside it. Red Guardian's okay, not a terrible one either. I like the cost of our last card being a 3 here though, so we can play it with the Ritual on turn 6. So I think I'm inclined to do Juggernaut. He's just such a good card. By the way, before we dive in, I'd like to give a shout out to one of my longtime sponsors, Into the Am. They make all the wonderful shirts you see me modeling there, you see me wearing here, that I've got on all the time. They've got a sale going on through 4th of July weekend. You can check them out using my link for a little bit extra off as well. A great way to support what I do here every day. They make a ton of fantastic designs, let you stand out. Also, fantastic other premium clothing. I've worked with them for a number of years. My code's generated over 30,000 USD in sales in the Hoaglandia community. Lots of satisfied Into the AM customers, myself included.
Opponent snap.
Ice baby. Nice ice, baby. The missing music is a little spooky. Yeah. Feels very hollow. Do I even want to double surge? I'm just gonna do this. Is it Ajax Day and I missed the memo? Feel like I missed a memo. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Does Lady Deathstrike not work in this list? So the problem with Lady Deathstrike is that she doesn't kill things early enough to get Dormammu's ritual going. I think need things blown up by turn 4 at the absolute latest. So this merges an 18 power thing into Dormammu. Well, that's definitely the biggest Dormammu we've had. Gosh. Oh, they did the order wrong? Oops. My cards are very tiny. Can you show us 2 summoning rituals for science? Why do you think so small, gamer? Why not 3 summoning rituals for science?
I found a rock.
I found a rock.
I'm cool.
Oh my goodness! He dances around the board! You can dance if you wanna. Can leave your friends behind. I just assumed it would have stayed where it was. But dancing around the board is amusing. And now we know. And knowing is half the battle. You can move Dormammu with rituals, move is back on the menu. Well, technically. Hello, Conquest, are you home? feel like Dormammu is such a neat and new design that it comes with a lot of beta bugs. The client is definitely struggling a little bit today.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Quill. Man, that would have been such a sick Nico roll to win Asgard Besieged with. Alright, is 10 enough to win the left? Could go either way. Come. Good night. Sleep tight. I'll see you and good day. I need to get the ritual going this turn, so need to kill Daddy. Cassandra is bigger on Krakoa, but want to work toward Dormammu here.
I want the throne.
So the long pauses there actually tell us that the opponent has death in hand. It's a bug that really needs to be fixed. Definitely you should not be giving up information like that due to animation lag. It's this. Then we go like Ritual Surge the last turn. Oh, I forgot I need two things for Dormammu. Awkward. Do I just not summon his ass? I think it's this actually. Oh, but they're gonna Dormammu. They're gonna Dormammu here, right? Do I do this then? Because they're gonna play for the left and summon here. Excuse me? Well, that's a tilt. Got me. Nice mate stun, bro. That's a multi-shillion for you, right? I'm recalling correctly. Thanks for watching so much. Make sure it keeps getting cheaper for all the gamers at home. Our 271st redeem. I think I got like one more L in me with this one, but not optimistic for this pile of cards. I've been around long enough that I lost points bidding for decks on Magic. Different time, different time.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Well then. I think it's like this.
You are mine.
Oh, I should have not played into here if they were gonna kill the rocket. Is Dormammu a gimmick or does it have potentially advantage? I would be very surprised if it's anything more than a gimmick. Oh, yep. Hey, Crazy Lots, thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back. Well, death is very cheap. And they have it. I think it's this. Then we have Summoning Ritual plus Juggernaut.
Hey, you found a rook.
You're probably dead, but there's permutations of this game that we win. They have priorities, so I'm not going to be able to Juggernaut them off the Summoning Ritual in the center, but we could win left and right. Oh, you know, if I'm putting them on Summoning Ritual in the middle, I should jug the left, right? And contest there and the right side. I'd have died anyways if I didn't even went right, but... Okay, this has been Poop Soup. We are gonna try, I'm gonna build Morgan Dormammu when we return. I'm gonna build it during the break. We're gonna tap the ad roll. We're gonna put Morgan Dormammu through the paces when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Happy Tuesday. Issue with this list is how do you win the second lane? Yeah, Juggernaut was the idea, but that's not really coming through. The other list was Thanosing very consistently in the other lane. Seemed fine. He's got a 4th Rose Queen. Oof. Yeah, probably an eco pile of cards. What's our last Morgan pile doing? Playing Silver Sable. We also do something like this. We had played previously. I probably need slightly more ones we can actually blow up. Dormammu working with discarded cards is certainly a bug. I doubt they're going to punish you for doing it, but don't be surprised when it doesn't work anymore. Good deck title. Thanks, I try. Like, Nico is one of the best cards they released. She fits in almost any decks. I don't think that's true. That's one of the premier Nico enjoyers. Nico has a pretty important deck building requirement of you need some number of cheap cards that you don't mind turning into demons or destroying to draw. Is your Dormammu gold yet? I'm disappointed. I'm not spending for cosmetics in any of my games anymore. It's looking like we're gonna hopefully avoid World War III, but recession is still on the table. Make it out of the other end of the year destroyed. Maybe we'll reassess. This thing jumps from hand now too, yeah? So something to call out here, because I'm sure it'll be a question people have, is if you summoning ritual to merge something into Dormammu, you cannot also get it back with Morgan. And my opponent's a null deck. Nah, it's fine, Gibbard. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Is Marvel Snap dying, Jeff? Every day we die a little more. I shared this anecdote earlier. But if you just want to know how stupid gaming communities are about games dying, the Shadowverse game I've been playing had over 100,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch on Steam its first couple of days. And there was a bunch of shitty clickbait on YouTube talking about how the game was dying because it was down to 34,000 concurrent players at one point several days after launch. Never mind the fact that like it's a game that also plays on mobile. But just like anybody who's telling you the numbers don't fluctuate is just like very, very not with it. WoW's been dying for 20 years, exactly. Oh, do I want to eat the hood? No, I actually probably don't want to eat the hood, right? Because I want to, I need a summoning ritual over here on it. Gamers praise Steam numbers like the sacred texts. Yeah, it's just because it's like the only bit of numbers they have available to them. So they latch onto them for dear life. I've been caught up in Cornell after you did 6,000 tokens for Dormammu, a bargain. Well... the problem here is they're gonna Dormammu on the right? Oh, wait, you know what I could do? What if I do this? Yeah, you just need to be a professional and get your Dormammu for free like me, gamers. Get that 5,000 token refund. Yes, I have to contest the right. Because I can't beat Null in the center. Step into my office with him. not playing Killmonger, lose me the right potentially. There's a token refund. One of the things you can get out of the RNG snap pack is getting 5,000 tokens back. Which I've actually managed to land the last 2 weeks now, which is funny. Ah, we'd have won if I'd have Killmongered. We'd have been a coin flip to win. So Killmonger would have put me to 26 on the left, but it would have put me 18 to 18 on the right with X23 jumping randomly. I've gotten 3 free S4 cards in the bonus pack slots. Yep. That's good, Jeff. You were running low tokens. I am. Good to see. You like the card so far? It is a very novel card that seems like it's probably too much work for the payoff. The Thanos build we played seemed fine. These other ones have been kind of a struggle. Yeah, needing 2 cards to blow up for the last step is a lot of work. Oh, fuck you, game. Man, look at this sweet kill Thanos monger alt art I have in my hand. Can you play the first part of the ritual without destroying anything? You can play it, but it doesn't do anything. Dormammu is here to bargain. If you have nothing to bargain with him, he has no use for you. Tells you to pound sand. It's been 2 hours. Should we net deck what the other kids are doing? It's like, let's take a peek and see if anyone's figured anything out, but I would be surprised. The Dormammu discard bug is a real annoyance. I went and reviewed our cases just now, and all of them were oriented around destroy. We simply didn't write one to validate that the graveyard target is exclusively destroy. I think a lot of graveyard targeting cases were built off of Phoenix Force's existing suite, and no one noticed that the script for target selection is slightly different between the 2 cards, which is why discard is a valid target. The follow-up question on my end, however, is it never came up in broader company testing. Random is random, but you think it would come up at some point. Similarly, the issue around the cards being locked out after Ritual 1 looks to be Dormammu's VFX when played in a mirror match, which is an annoying issue. Mirror matches aren't generally a common thing we're testing. So, this is a huge oversight in their testing with their release cycle, because like I've spent 3 years bitching about mirror matches the week of, and you tell me everyone in second dinner should have to spend double-digit hours grinding mirror matches with every card release, because that's how the rest of us have to play the freaking game. You mean you don't want to test mirror matches? Release the cards different, second dinner. You don't want to test mirror match. You should love mirror matches. You make the rest of us play them all the time. put the mirror match on the skin or else you get the bugs again. Why is everyone playing this card with X23? I don't understand. Why is everybody playing it with X23? Am I missing something? Is it funny? Haha. Very funny, haha. Elixir, Cassandra Nova stuff. This just like seems like it never has bodies for the third step of the ritual, right? I've had multiple opponents destroy X23, play the ritual, and instant retreat. Yeah. Yeah. X23 lets you cast Dormammu for 7. That's true. It's very, very true. X23 counts towards the third step. Yeah, I guess that's fine. You should play Dormammu Erishim. What a take. Would likes a random one. So again, for people who are familiar with how this new card works, the Spur Summoning Ritual needs a card to be in your destroyed zone. So what that means is, if you destroy an X23 or a Deadpool or a Wolverine or a Sabretooth, it doesn't stay in your destroy zone. Dormammu's feeling a little squirrely here. I believe the auto deck is a regular destroy deck, which probably explains why people are playing that. Saw the Dormammu stream title and thought you were playing Date Everything. Do I want to know what Date Everything is?
Victory.
Do I want to know what Date Everything is? It's exactly what you think it is. Is this what I learned what the word gooning means the other day? Is this what the Gooners are into? Have I applied my new knowledge correctly? This isn't a Goon game. It's a dating sim where you date household appliances. Ah. What are the Gooners not into? Apparently appliances. They draw the line at toasters. How many hours of Date Everything do you think JD Vance has logged on his Steam account? Probably pretty high, right? Can you date a couch?
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I think all the voice actors are union, so I'm sure it's fine. Careful, they won't let you into the country with Vance jokes. It's true.
Rest in peace.
When the fascists start rounding up the citizens for being rude to them on social media, I'd be in a little bit of trouble. The Steam description is Date Everything is a sandbox dating simulator set in the comfort of your own home, featuring 100 fully voiced, dateable characters. Let the romance flow between your bed, smoke alarm, and overwhelming sense of dread.
Impressive.
New student visa applications require sharing your social media history. I was led to believe they were checking social media history via AI automated scraping it. I'd be shocked if they were just letting you offer it up voluntarily.
Rest in peace.
All right. What are we doing, gamers? I'm playing this somewhere. I think it's here. I guess I could get screwed by them running a location change on the left. So Dormammu's going to get summoned here with Bucky. So it'll be 24. I'll be at 22. And we'll play this and spread some squirrels. Actually, they're most likely to Dormammu in the center, right? So I'm gonna do this and we'll play from the left and the right. Oh, we could have Killmongered to ruin the ritual. That's a good thought. Yeah, maybe that was the line. Stop the ritual center with it. The card acquisition, get better in this game, left it about 4 months ago. So the difference in card acquisition now versus then is that there's no longer waiting for spotlight caches to have cards that you're interested in playing. So they give you just a lot of collector's tokens. And you could just buy the cards you want. You could also gamble on these new booster pack things that they added, called snap packs, to get the cards at a discount, but you can also just never take any variants out of it. Good fascist frag there, Cap. I've still never opened a snapback. I mean, unironically, if your goal isn't to get everything eventually, if you don't think you're going to spend enough to get everything eventually, I think opening snapbacks is generally loose. How much total energy to summon Dormammu? She, 4. It's a 0, a 1, 0, 1, and a 3. Sorry, did I say 4? I meant 7. I don't want to play against Airship. Is Dormammu mid the current vibe? I would be pretty surprised if Dormammu is anything better than mid. I don't know. I think Dormammu would be an excellent candidate for a "this card can't be destroyed" text box. I think you go through way more than enough work for it. It should not be shakeable. I mean, I would be absolutely shocked if Is Shang the biggest issue? I don't even think Shang's the biggest issue with it, if we're being fair. You just winning the second lane feels problematic. Because you have to do so much work to get Dormammu out. You're like, all right, now what did I do with all the rest of my bits to win a second lane? Feels very challenging.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Who would you recommend I get, Surge or Dormammu? Well, I mean, Surge is one of the best cards in Marvel Snap. So you should probably get that one. Oh, hey gamers! Second Dinner has announced that they have activated a Pride 2025 code for the web shop for some variant goodies. I think our shop link in chat works. I've come to bargain, broed. I would like variants. The third ritual is kind of butt. Yes, needing it's a lot of parts. Well, they're playing Cerebro 6. Well then, allow me to shrink and dink your stuff. Mm. Death being the literal bottom card a little bit sad.
Great power comes.
Poor Ben.
Minions.
Hello. Got me. Or you didn't. Dormammu's come to take your cubes. All right, Morgan seems like trash. I'm gonna get rid of her. The rest of this might be fine, but Morgan's real bad. Yeah, hopefully we don't have to wait a full patch for them to fix the music bug. Is just another destroy card? It's probably just the last destroy card. Just slide the deathlock in. Morgan taking some boost all the way out the door. She did. So Nightmare was definitely better than Dormammu. I would be surprised if Dormammu is better than Nightmare. You'll never get it definitely out of me 2.5 hours into a card release, but very, very likely.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
At the risk of opening up an economy can of worms, I'm not. Maybe I just should. No, I'm gonna say it. So the thing I've learned from the high voltage overdrive disaster is apparently people also intend to be mad if they sell a second card inside of the season pass. I don't know that I followed that one. Can someone explain to me why 1 card for 10 is fine, but 2 for 20 is over a line? Like, I think Snap's rate of a guaranteed card for $10 seems pretty reasonable. S'mores are good. Thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. I can excuse $100 cards, but I draw the line at $10 cards. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's so much of the discussion around the Kid Omega stuff is like people are like, well, $100 cards aren't okay, but it's like they're also mad about a new card in the season pass. So that means they think $10 cards are also not okay, right? So like what dollar amount is okay? Speak of the $100 card. So this is probably going here, and we'll do this here, and then we'll summon Dormammu over here next turn.
You are mine.
Rest in peace.
Ooh.
Impressive.
Oh, I got a freebie. I assume we're dead here. Do this, do this.
Great power comes.
How about discard Dormammu until it's no longer working? Nah, I really don't. I think that falls under abusing a bug. I'd prefer not to. What happens when they put a meta staple behind the $20 wall and the masses can't afford it? Real question. When has Marvel Snap ever had a tier 0 format where you had to have any single card in the game or you couldn't be competitive? We had a Thanos blob. It was like the closest we had. Zabu, like all of these examples are like fucking ancient at this point, right? And actually, it's funny, I don't even know that Zabu's technically a good answer, because something they shared after the fact is that at the peak of its dominance, Zabu wasn't actually the best deck in its format. Just to like show how perspective gets skewed, right? And like people are talking about and calling out a lot of cards that were good and certainly competitive, but that's very different than like some of you haven't played in top 8s that are 80% Caw Blade, and it shows. It's all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say is you don't understand the silver spoon that's hanging out of your mouth, because I don't know that Marvel Snap has ever had a metagame that says you want to see anybody have the recent Magic Pro Tour top 8 where it's just like 8 decks that are all red aggro. Like I don't think Second Dinner has ever had a metagame that's actually tier 0 that's happened. And I hate how all the arguments where people are like, well, what if they put a busted card behind it? It's like which other ones? You wanna, okay, here's, actually, you know what probably an appropriate response to that is? If they printed a card that was so busted, you felt terrible for not having it because it was paywalled, that card would also suck and the game would be unfun and we wouldn't want to play it even if it was free. So the answer is expect there to be balance, right? So like the slippery slope argument of, well, if there's 2 cards in there, what if the second one's busted? I think it ignores the reality of how this game has existed and how its metagames have been for like the last 3 years, right? Like, sure, if we balanced it like it was Magic the Gathering, that could be a reasonable thing to consider. But like here, where we live and how Marvel Snap actually plays out, is like not a big deal. Like, imagine realistically, most of the cards are like Dormammus and Nightmares and Ancient ones, right? Like they're cards you can do stuff with, but a lot of them end up not even being super competitive. There's like novel do the thing. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player and I understand 100% what you mean by tier 0. The top cut of tournaments is often over 70% of single deck. Yeah, honestly, I'm needling Magic the Gathering since the one I spent the most time around for decades, but all 3 of the big paper card games, they have very regular shit balance for their tournaments. Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering, and Pokemon TCG, you look up their miscellaneous top 8s for the last year, and you will very regularly see 50+% of the same things in all their top 8s, sometimes 70+%. Apparently, there is a data mine of archetype snap packs, which will help with future acquisition. Yeah, they told us that was coming, Quicken. They told us they're gonna give us themed snap packs, and they told us they're going to do themed around archetypes and maybe even like creator packs. Like there could be a Jeff Hoagland snap pack in the shop, or a Dexter snap pack in the shop, or a Regis snap pack in the shop. Yeah, or creator decks where you pull cards out of a snap pack that are all ones the creator put in or something like that. But yes, they have, we're actually not even, people have been coming and asking about the economy, but we got a big improvement and we still have more to come yet, right? All right, I'm gonna tap an advert, then we're gonna dark around with Dormammu some more. Happy Tuesday, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. What's a Hoagland snap pack look like? I'll just put, listen, chat, when the Hoagland snap pack releases, I'll just put all the buy this cards in it, okay? It'll be all the buy this cards from my tier list plus Victoria Hand and Frigo. I think this deck's probably bad, but Morgan was definitely trash. YouTube drama often takes advantage of the fact that a lot of stat players are unfamiliar with card games. Yeah, I genuinely think there's a lot of people where Snap is their first card game. And that was one thing. I'm curious to see how Shadowverse plays out. Some folks were saying Shadowverse typically does a balance pass at least once a month, so that makes me optimistic for it. But like a lot of other card games, like Pocket's variety in their decks that are good is severely lacking. I didn't even make it to their Masters last season because their ladder was so stale. And that's not uncommon in paper Pokemon. Yeah, I agree, Kyle. And I said that in part of my reaction video where I think anybody that was quitting the game over the Kid Omega stuff was probably close to quitting anyway, so it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Snap was my first card game, and it turned into my favorite game of the last 10 years. Snap is a really good game. It's genuinely one of the most innovative things in the card game space that came out in the last couple of decades. It's made a lot of really good decisions from a core game loop perspective. In fact, one of the things I think Pocket really hammered home for me is that Marvel Snap's small deck design really only feels great in large part due to the variance that locations provide. Like for much as me and everybody else curses Brode's name when a Lamaria flips up at the wrong time or a Triskelion happens, like the locations are so important for decks that are otherwise going to be very samey because you see 9 out of the 12 cards every game to keep the gameplay interesting. Pocket, the games get super samey super quickly because the decks are small and there's no added variance other than coins. It's really one of the most innovative things about the game, right? Is that like they took the primary variance aspect of a card game and shoved it somewhere else. I think I'm doing this, and then we'll shove Deathlock into Krakoa next turn. I wish they had patches for locations. Something I've actually talked about a number of times in the past is I think the number one thing the second dinner team should choose to do slightly differently is they should screw with the frequency of some of the locations in their game more aggressively. They should tool around with like, all right, Crimson Cosmos is less popular. Or this other location that people like is more popular, stuff like that. I think that's a subtle balancing knob they should twist more frequently. How many locations have been removed at this point? I think most of the locations that they ended up removing were very much deserving to be gone. Very much deserving to be gone. You think they blow something up this turn? Every time, right? They blow something up and then I can play my copy of Death plus Summoning Ritual. Wow, unlucky. So this is one of the reasons why I like talking about the economy stuff with people who are reasonable, because just Mage Death, just to like quell your feels. If you missed it when they updated the economy, and this is something I've had to point out a lot in the comments of yesterday's videos, people are like, they made the economy worse because while I get tokens now, they're releasing more cards. For people who haven't run the numbers or haven't watched my video where I run the numbers, despite releasing like 50% more cards than they were previously releasing, the dollar cost to get all of the cards when they release is actually the same as it was for whales under the previous system, which is to say, once you've acquired everything, the upkeep cost to stay everything complete is less than $100 a month. It's like somewhere in the 60 to 80-ish dollar range, depending on what bundles they run in a given month. And that's in line with what it was under Spotlight caches. It was somewhere in the 60 to $80 range, depending on what bundles they were pumping out. But the big asterisk there is that also assumed average variance with Spotlight caches, which wasn't something you could guarantee. It was very easy, it was very possible to low roll Spotlight caches for a few. And then suddenly you have to spend more. It's actually, this isn't even a limited to Marvel Snap thing. Basically the same thing happened with the Shadowverse game that I've been playing a ton of, is the Shadowverse game actually got review bombed by their community because the numbers for their newly released game are different than the numbers for their original game that they launched a decade ago, and the community was just like, new numbers ergo bad. And then all of the posts I've seen where people actually run the numbers, it's like, oh, it's actually a very comparable economy system. Hey, Bathor Newman, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. I really can't emphasize enough if seeing the review bombing for Shadowverse has made you hesitant to try it. It's literally as silly as all of the nonsense going on around Kid Omega. Am I killmongering here? I think I'm killmongering here to make death cheap. And I'm gonna play this out to crack Bucky somewhere, I think. Yeah, they got review bombed on all three platforms. Shadowverse has a very low rating on Steam, Android, and iOS.
Great power comes.
Oh my goodness, we pulled the Wolverine into their Venom. Rip.
What a game!
Game.
In peace.
Uncle Ben's voice line is really something, yeah. You absolutely should not spend limited resources on Dormammu. Unless you absolutely love the idea of the character. For Shadowverse, how would you compare it to someone who's only ever really played Snap as their first mobile card game? So, Shadowverse is what I would call a more traditional card game. The decks are larger, and that means a larger part of the variance comes from which cards you draw, but there's not random effects on the cards themselves, so the variance comes from a different place, and the games are a lot less bite size. So like Shadowverse is, there's like aggressive decks that win games in like 5 to 10 minutes, but there's also control decks that can play like 20, 25, 30 minute games. All right, so he's 16 here, and this is a 6. Then we go 12 here. Could get hosed by a Zola, I suppose. It's probably the best traditional card game I've touched in a long time. It reminds me of the things I used to love about like Runeterra and Magic the Gathering. If you're a defunct Runeterra player who was sad that that game no longer exists, you should definitely make sure to check out Shadowverse. Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, Eileen. They re-released the game last week. And if you haven't caught my stuff on it, I've been covering it on Twitch, and I threw a YouTube channel up for it. We've been playing it in the mornings before we do Snap. It's been a good mix. Snap's a very good, quick, bite-sized game. Has variance in a different spot, and deck building's very different, and then Shadowverse is a more traditional thing. Null is very good against Dormammu. Makes him very sad. Some people are really into grindy control games in traditional TCGs. The first time I won a Shadowverse game by decking my opponent like this 30-minute grind fest, I messaged my buddy Matt. I was like, you need to try this one. You're gonna like it. Control decks are fun as long as the pace of play is reasonable. The timer in Shadowverse, this is probably another reason I've enjoyed the timer in Shadowverse is relatively aggressive. The games do not drag because of the timer. They're just longer because there's a lot of back and forth and decisions to make. Dormammu feels more fun to play than Nightmare for me so far. So I've had the opposite experience. I really liked the novelty of the variants that Nightmare offered. Dormammu, we're kind of trying to do the same thing every game, and it feels like the same thing we're trying to do isn't particularly strong.
The throne.
Nightmare has synergy with Mama Circe, which makes it more fun. I do enjoy me a Circe deck. Big true. My hand just kind of doesn't do anything here is the problem. I think a card like Dormammu suffers from new card releases where you play a bunch of mirror matches or cards. See, I don't know that I agree with that, because I think there's a good chance that Dormammu is a weak enough card that if I wasn't playing a bunch of mirror matches, I'd probably never be winning a game. Well, so like, just to give you a thought, you're right. Part of the reason people are mad at the Shadowverse economy is because they don't let you destroy your own cards for 25% value or whatever anymore. But no modern games allow you to do that, because letting players destroy their collection for 25% value is one of the most idiotic decisions Hearthstone Design ever decided to make many, many years ago. And modern games explicitly don't let you do that for a reason. Yeah, Hearthstone said that was one of the biggest mistakes they've ever made. For people who haven't played games with the original Hearthstone economy, basically what it gives you the option to do is destroy a card that you don't want and get 25% of a crafting material to craft a different card of the same rarity. And essentially what that makes people do is they go, oh, I don't like this deck, I'm going to destroy it and build 25% of another deck, and then they destroy it and build another deck, and then eventually they have nothing left, and then they stop playing. So Shadowverse only lets you just dust cards that you have lots of copies of, that you have more than a playset of. But that is also one of the reasons why people are mad, but I think it's a good example of why people are silly, because people need to be protected from themselves. I assume we're dead here. Yeah.
Great power comes.
I think Dormammu is gonna probably be a one and done deck highlight for me. Maybe we'll try it again on the weekend when the weekend missions get here.
I want the throne.
But wait, let me throw out for people who are here late. We did play a Thanos build. We did play a Thanos build that felt okay. I'm not gonna tell you it was good, but like Destroy Thanos has been a deck for a little while, and Dormammu fits very elegantly into that deck that's been a thing for a while. So this is I'm gonna post a highlight with this on the Jeff Hoagland channel here. I'm gonna cut it and get it published here momentarily, but this will be up on the Jeff Hoagland channel tonight. This is my least bad Dormammu deck, because the big problem you have to solve with Dormammu is Dormammu is actually relatively okay at winning a lane. You just have to figure out how to win the second lane with it. And the combination of Shang, Thanos, and Death let us win that second lane a lot of the time when we were playing this. So, least bad Dormammu deck here. Look for the highlight on the Jeff Hoagland channel. For the regulars, I'm going to be off tomorrow. I'm volunteering at one of my kids' summer activities that they are doing. I will be back Thursday. We're going to do a full stream, and Friday we're going to do a full stream. We're going to do Shadowverse into Marvel Snap both days. Sanctum Showdown is coming back on Thursday, which if you're someone who hasn't played Sanctum Showdown in Snap, it was a limited time game mode that we got 2 months ago. 4 months, I think it was 4 months ago actually at this point, and it's genuinely my favorite way to play Marvel Snap. It's so different, but it's also still very tactical, and it forces you to think about the game in a completely different way. That's super skill testing. So if you enjoy good tactical gameplay and you haven't played Sanctum Showdown, you're gonna want to check it out when it drops here. It's really sweet. All right, who are we raiding on the way out the door? Kiwi is snapping for a little while. I'm gonna send you over their way. They are a friend of the stream, so check them out if you're looking for more snap here tonight. Otherwise, check out the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel for a little bit for some of this pile.